Pramono, Vice Chairman, Audit Board of the Republic of Indonesia, and his delegates accompanied by the top management of Accounting Research Institute. Welcome to the International Seminar in Audit Investigation and Governance with the special theme of Mitigating Financial Crime in Digital Era. Yang berbahagia, Profesor Dr. Jamaliah Said, Director of Accounting Research Institute, University Technology Mara. Our honorable keynote speaker, all the way from Jakarta, Indonesia, Dr. Agus Joko Pramono, Vice Chairman, Audit Board of the Republic of Indonesia. Our guest speakers, Tuan Muhammad Zamri Zainul Abidin from Malaysian Anti-Corruption Commission, SPRM, insyaAllah will be joining us soon. And Professor Dr. Zuraidah Muhammad Sanusi, Director of Center for Profiling and Assessment, Institute of Leadership and Development, University Technology Mara. Professor Dr. Nurhayati Muhammad, Deputy Director, Postgraduate and International Accounting Research Institute, UITM. Fellow participants from various departments and organizations, professors, associate professors, doctors, ladies and gentlemen. Either you are here with us today or those who joined us via UITM YouTube channel. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up as we are about to sing the Malaysian and Indonesian national anthem, Negaraku and Indonesia Raya, followed by Wawasan Setia UITM.
Yeah. Bersatu kita warga UiTM, kita bangsa perkasa, taat dan setia untuk negara, penuh semangat wajar. Kita jangan mudah terlupa pengorbanan perjuangan anak bangsa. Kita jangan mudah terleka kemajuan keamanan yang ada. Kita berterima kasih pada pemimpin-pemimpin negara. Kita rasa penuh bersyukur kerahmatan kemuliaan darinya. Kamilah pendukung pewaris bangsa, kamilah pejabat bangsa Malaysia, kamilah warga berwawasan untuk negaraku.
Thank you, everyone. You may have a seat. Allow me to recite pantun in bahasa Melayu. Indah berbalam si awan petang, berarak di celah pepohon ara. Pemanis kata selamat datang, awal bismillah pembuka bicara. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good morning. My name is Dr. Farah Aida binti Ahmad Nazri, Coordinator of Research and Innovation of Accounting Research Institute UiTM, and I'll be your MC today. To bless our event, I would like to invite our research fellow, Dr. Nazmul Haq, to recite the doa.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين حمدا يوافي نعمه ويكافئ مزيدا يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك وعظيم سلطانك اللهم صل على محمد اللهم اجعل جمعنا هذا جمعا مرحوما وتفرقنا من بعده تفرقا معصوما ولا تجعل اللهم فينا ولا معنا ولا من يتبعنا شقيا ولا مطرودا ولا محروما يا لطيف يا رحمن please bless with your tawfiq and hidayah. Please guide us greatness, peace, glory and prosperity in this world and in the hereafter. Make us a responsible intellectual, granted us with a valuable knowledge that will be beneficial to mankind in order to gain your mardatillah. Make us your righteous servant that followed your commands and neglect the sinful act. Please forgive us for our wrongdoing. Ya Munzil al-Barakat, bestow peace to Malaysia. Preserve us from any threat and disaster, neither man-made nor natural disaster. And to you, Ya Allah, we ask for security and prosperity upon us. Our leaders, our country, bestow patience in us in order to face the challenges from you. Please accept our deeds and please reward us accordingly. Allahumma ighfir lana dhunubana wa li ikhwanina alladhina sabaquna bil iman. ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين آمين.
Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Alamin. Thank you so much, Ustaz Nazrul. Without any further delay, I would like to invite Yang Berbahagia Professor Dr. Jamalah Said, Director of Accounting Research Institute UiTM, to deliver her welcoming speech.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Rabbi shrahli sadri wa yassirli amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to be given the chance to welcome Dr. Pak Agus, Dr. Pak Agus Joko Pramono. He's a busy man, but he is able to spend half day, in fact, until tonight with us. Thank you and welcome, Pak Agus. And also, thank you to the delegates of Pak Agus from embassy and also from IBIC Bogor. Okay, and also we would like to welcome kita punya homegrown expert in audit, investigation and forensic, Professor Dr. Zuraida Sanusi. And also I would like to thank you, representative from MACC, representative from IIM, representative from JAN, representative from Custom, thank you, with the uniform, okay. And representative from, Student Association, Foreign Student Association, thank you for coming. I hope you don't miss class today. And also the committee members from Accounting Research Institute and those who are here to spend your time to learn more from Pak Agus, and also after this, we are going to have another speaker from SPRM, MBCC. It's a very good sharing, I truly believe, because we have invited Tuan Zamri before this in Cambridge, and he shared very good experience of 1MDB. And I heard Pak Agus is going to share the most recent fraud cases in Indonesia, and you are very lucky to be here, part of the audience for this program. Okay, I would like to, since most of you are not from UiTM, I think allow me a few minutes to introduce about ARI. Okay, so, oh yeah, sorry. Kejap ya, maybe sit. Oh yeah, it's moving now. Okay, first of all, I just would like to introduce ARI is only a small part of UiTM. You know that UiTM is the biggest public university in Malaysia. So this is ARI, and as one of the research institute, okay, we are small. We have only 18 fellow, and this is our staff. Okay, we have been actually formed in 2000, meaning now is our 22 years of formation. So before that, we were struggling how to make ARI as famous as today. But in 2010, we are very lucky. After 10 years of hard working, we were awarded with the status of high COE. High COE meaning higher center of excellence. And in Malaysia at that time, only 6 high COE being selected, and we are one of them, and we are very lucky because we are the only one from social science. And our target is to become, because in the world, in the research world, there are 5 tiers of research center. So we are number 4. Number 4 meaning the next one is number 5. The number 5 is going to be global high COE. So we are one step behind the global COE. So the first one, we call it RE, Research Center. Then after that is COE, then high COE, the last one is global COE. So far, belum ada in Malaysia. Inshallah, ARI is going to be the first one in Malaysia. Hopefully, inshallah. Yeah? So our vision is to become a renowned global research center in Islamic financial criminology. And our mission is to enrich knowledge corpus in areas of Islamic finance. When we were awarded the status of high COE, we are being given the task to explore into Islamic financial criminology. So in 2010, we will start this terminology. You will realize that when you Google the word Islamic financial criminology, you'll see ARI. The top 20 news is from ARI. So we create a new knowledge corpus in Islamic financial criminology. So this is our target. 2022 onward, we are going into global high COE. Okay, basically what we decide to focus in terms of Islamic financial criminology, because the term is so confusing, Islamic, then financial criminology. So to make people understand, we have to tell them this is basically what we are going to focus our research on. The 4 areas: governance, Sharia compliance, corporate integrity ethic, anti-money laundering, methodology in financial fraud decisions. So when you look at our research, we look into transparency, accountability, risk, those kind of areas are actually into our research focus. So basically, you notice, I think the first thing Pak Agus come to our office, they kata, oh, mostly ladies. So true enough, we have only one male, and Pak Agus mentioned that in his office are all male. So why don't we do the exchange? You exchange. Half of them come here, half of us go to BPK, yeah? Okay, again, the next slide, still ladies. Our emeritus and honorary professors are all ladies. I'm glad most of our visiting professors are men. So the number balanced by having visiting professor. And the second one is coming next week, next month. Prof. Marjan, he is the top 100 world famous research in open data, how to mitigate corruption using open data. And he's coming next month. So please, if you are free, can ask him to come to your agencies, ask his advice or maybe suggestion on how to implement open data in Malaysia and use that as a ways to mitigate corruption. Prof. Rob is also one of our visiting professor. He's ex-FBI, so quite interesting to have visiting professor from practitioners. So these are all our visiting professors. Okay, and on top of that, Ari, we have a lot of postdoc. So Dr. Darussalam, who introduced BPK to Ari. So BPK and Ari is being connected through Dr. Darussalam and Pak Firdaus, and also Pak Suwarno. Thank you to 3 of them who connect us to BPK. And of course, BPK is very much related to Ari niche area. So we are very lucky. So again, these are our admin staff, are all ladies. For your information, after the formation of ARI, after being recognized as HSOE, we win a lot of awards, world awards. So for example, GIFA Awards, for 6 consecutive years, we won this award in Cambridge. On top of GIFA Award, we have also award received from 3G, Good Governance Awards. Okay, that one we received two times in a row. Then ACQ Award. ACQ Award is interesting. The way they assess ours is through our website. How famous we are in the eyes of users through website. So we won quite a number of times, 2016, 2 times. After that, 2015 and 2017, ACQ Awards. So because of our visibility in the website and also research area. And of course, we are unique. Normally, research in social science, they don't produce product. But ARI tried to embark one more step by having research, outcome of the research become a product. For example, fraud detection, corporate integrity system, where company can just access the system. They can measure what is the level of integrity in terms of 14 dimensions, in terms of vision, leadership, compliance to law, leadership, infrastructure of integrity. So we have those systems that are actually being highly used by statutory bodies. In fact, for example, the corporate integrity system, almost 100 GLCs plus statutory bodies has gone through the process. So these are the outcome of the research and the product being contested at the international innovation, and those are the certificate that we managed to get, gold certificate. And another product is this is MOS. When we measure the governance of MOS, we have problem with the MOS in Malaysia on the financial governance, and our researcher create a software, and we can measure the corporate the governance of MOS, and we rank it, and it is recognized in Selangor. Soon, inshallah, we are going to use it worldwide, the country. So in terms of research networking, of course, you mentioned any industry, agencies related to Islamic and financial criminology or enforcement agencies. We make ourselves connected to them. We started with FIU dulu, under Bank Negara. Now they changed the name. Until now, we are still close to those enforcement agencies. SPRM, immigration are our close friends. So these are among the MOU, and of course now we move into international. A lot of MOU in 1 year. At this point, we are not worried about MOU. They are looking for us. So because we are already visible in the eyes of agencies and also research center and researcher from international. So when it comes to grant, we managed to secure quite a lot of grant because of the name. So our grant not only looking into the forensic research, but to level that we are supposed to help pharma, for example, looking into the supply chain of food and vegetable industry. So, and also recently we measure or collect data for kelapa sawit, palm oil. We want to see whether is it true our palm oil is actually misuse the land or we exploit the reserve forest, for example. That one also we help the MISI, Malaysian Institute of Supply Chain, to collect data for them. So grant is our main target to produce a good research that can be used by the country to develop policies. And the recent one is our policy when we help the country to develop a policy on national action plan to mitigate extremism. Imagine we are going into extremism, Islamic, religious, social, political extremism. We are supposed to develop the working paper, the policy paper. So it is done, and I hope they are going to present it in the parliament soon. And other research grant we get from international. And yeah, these are all our success story. And this is the best thing. I would like to encourage you all who have not, who's still looking for place to further study for master and PhD, S2 and S3. So we offer you a good place with GOT package, meaning at the end of the promised period, you are supposed to submit your thesis. So this program famous among Indonesian when they enroll in a group of 10 or 12. At the end of 3 years, 3.5 or 48 months to be specific, they get their Senate letter saying they have completed their PhD. So at this point, we are having quite a number, almost 100 students. GOT1 done, GOT2 finishing, half of them finished. GOT1 is from Gajah Mada and the rest, or the surrounding university near Yogyakarta. The second batch is GOT2 from UI, 100% UI. UI is, for your information, is top university in Indonesia. So they send 10 docents, 10 lecturers to do GOT with us. So I think 60% completed. 2 is going to submit within this year. And I think with that, I think 1 remain unsubmitted because of family factor. Doing PhD is a very something that you have to commit. And I heard this girl need to delay because mother stroke, a lot of problem, but we accept the fact. We are going to monitor despite not getting GOT. She must complete the program. So our program not only offering the internal program, but we offer them to go away to get extra qualification. For example, these 4 students, we enroll them under, they get another qualification, Master in Economics from Ranipa University in Russia. So because of Ranipa is our partner. So apart from doing academic work, we do social work, we do jogging a lot, but yeah, doing PhD is a lot of stress. They need to have fresh air. So over the weekend, the deputy director together with the student run around the lake. But I think they eat more than they run. See the food there. As long as they enjoy it, it's okay. So a lot of student development. In fact, one of our fellow, they convert the part of the house for library for the student to complete the GOT. And this Prof. Barin, for example, produced like 8 GOT in one Senate. So this the commitment that we promise. These are all the module, meaning they have to follow the module, otherwise they cannot finish on time. So this is what we are currently, look at the poster. Every week you will see poster in our WhatsApp group showing this student finish, this student get APC, Academy Pelajar Cemerlang. Not only they get GOT, they finish within the period, and they managed to get the Anugerah Pelajar Cemerlang, meaning they produce papers in Q1, Q2, they publish in conference, they attended conference. So most of our students are into that because our focus is to take care of them. So we make sure we really take care of them. So these are GOT2, mainly GOT1 and GOT2. And soon GOT3 is going to get their paper submitted, I think that's all. I think, again, I am very happy to see all of you here. I hope we learn from each other, especially from Pak Agus, and also after this is Tuan Zamrin and also Prof. Zu. So we have 2 practitioners and 1 professor to share their knowledge. So hopefully the combination of practical experience knowledge and also the theoretical knowledge from academic professor is going to produce a better outcome of research in audit, investigation, and also forensic. Okay, with that, again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for coming, everyone. Thank you, the committee, for organizing this, and hope this is going to be the beginning of our networking. With that, again, thank you, Dr. Farah.
Thank you, Yang Berbahagia, Prof. Dr. Jamalia, for the welcoming speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to introduce our keynote speaker today, Dr. Agus Joko Pramono. Dr. Agus is currently the Vice Chairman Audit Board of the Republic of Indonesia. He is also the Vice Chair Independent Audit Advisory Committee of the United Nations, member of the Board of Trustees Institute of State Financial Audit, board member of Intosai Development Initiative Norway, member of the Institute of Indonesian Chartered Accountants Advisory Board, and member of the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, ACFE. He has also received Bintang Mahaputra Nararya from the President of Republic Indonesia in 2014. Pak Agus has also published numerous articles in academic journals, books, and he is frequently invited to become the speakers and spokesperson worldwide. So without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Agus Joko Pramono to give his keynote speech, Learning from United Nations Audit Experience. Please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Respected participants and invitees, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to all participants standing in person. International Seminar in Audit, Investigations, and Governance, Mitigating Financial Crime in the Era of Digital Technology, here at Accounting Research Institute, University Teknologi Mara, Shah Alam, Malaysia. Good morning also to all of you. participants and invitees who are joining us virtually. A sincere greetings to all of you. I hope that we are all blessed with God, good health, and happiness. Distinguished participants and invitees, the advancement in information communications technology, or ICT, has provided many convenience in life. Despite the convenience, it also provides vulnerabilities that give birth to various new crime modes, which are managing digital security. This presentation will provide an overview of Indonesian Supreme Audit Institution effort in mitigating financial crime in digital era, and will be organized in 3 parts. The first part, we will discuss about the financial crime and mitigating strategy in digital era. The second part, we would like to discuss about the role and initiative of Indonesian Supreme Audit Institutions, or BPK, in combating corruptions. And the last part, we'll talk about the BPK experience in investigating the biggest insurance scandals in Indonesian history. Ladies and gentlemen, I should run this. Okay. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, fraud, financial crime, and cybersecurity have long been problems areas for financial systems. Fraud has been understood as a crime involving the deception of financial personnel and service to commit theft via forgery, credit card frauds, and insider threat, and so on. Financial crimes have usually meant money laundering and other criminal transgressions such as bribery and tax evasion. And cybersecurity usually relates to cyber breaches, referring to events responsible for compromising the security structures of financial institutions. According to World Economic Forum, fraud and financial crime were $1 trillion industry in 2018. Banks spent about $8.2 billion on anti-money laundering effort alone. Indonesian Financial Transaction Report and Indonesian Financial Transaction Report and Analysis Center suggests that fraud in Indonesia is steadily increasing from 9,800 fraud-related suspicious action report in 2019 to approximately 23,000 in 2021. So it's a huge increasing. As of February 2022, fraud, including cyber-based fraud and violation of the electronic transaction law, has become the most common type of crime triggering suspicious action report. The advent of COVID-19 and consequent trends, including large-scale digitization, increased demand for digital channels. A substantial rise in online presence has all contributed to hike in cyber threats throughout the pandemic. Risks for financial system have also proliferated due to a number of factors, such as the vulnerabilities inherent to massive automations, increase in transactions volumes, and blurry lines of the geographical boundaries. The profiles and methods of financial cybercrimes have changed to maximize these risks. Accordingly, financial institutions and regulators now need to evolve and improve a holistic approach to mitigate this new breed of threats. Distinguished participants, to effectively combating cybercrime, financial institutions and regulators must think broader and use all insight to shore up any weaknesses. Any system designed using This principle will automatically be fluid and allow tracking for the migratory flow of crime. The strategically designed system will also improve the efficacy of the measures which are being implemented. Financial institutions and regulators can no longer adequately deal with threats of cyber crimes on a case-by-case basis due to the sheer volume of threats. In such cases, the best approach is rule-based automations. When designing these rules, financial institutions and regulators need to use insight gained from data analytics to create risk-based approach to mitigating and ameliorating digital threats. Predictive artificial intelligence and machine learning now offer huge opportunities for rapid decision-making by aggregating data from various sources and gleaning key insight using these data. Automations in areas of compliance and customer identity verification also offers avenues for customers monitoring, data collection, and risk management. Further, by bringing together groups addressing fraud, cyber threats, and financial crimes, the resultant aggregate data will greatly increase the capacity of financial institutions and regulators for risk detections, while ensuring the efforts to combat digital threats are streamlined and deliberate. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesian SAI, known as BPK, which is the short from Badan Pemeriksa Keuangan, was established in January 1st, 1947. The establishment of BPK was mandated in the 1945 Indonesian Constitution, which is to audit the management and accountability of the state finance. BPK has 34 representative offices in the country, located each in the capital of the province. In auditing the management and accountability of the state finance, BPK carries out three types of audit. First, a financial audit. The second is performance audit. And the third is special purpose audit. BPK constantly developing its capacity. For this reason, BPK follows the accountability organization maturity model that was developed in 2006 by the United States Government Accountability Office, USGAO. The model seeks to assist SAIs in increasing their effectiveness in terms of financial oversight, insight, and foresight. Insight is to effectiveness of government's programs and foresight about emerging issues. These are three roles that SAIs are expected to carry out. They are incremental in nature. In years to come, BPK is determined to implement these three roles consistently and deliver value as well as benefit to the governments and citizens. And the way to do is by contributing to the prevention, detections, and deterrence of corruptions, including financial crime in the digital era, through the implementation of our mandates. BPK's roles, the prevention of corruption is accomplished through the implementation of financial performance and special purpose audit, which are non-investigative in nature. While these non-investigative audits contribute to the prevention of corruptions, the investigative audits conducted by BPK contribute to the detection of corruptions. The role of BPK combating corruption does not stop at the prevention and detection corruptions. BPK also has role in deterrence of corruption through the calculation of state loss and providing expert testimony for the state losses calculation in trial and prosecutions. Investigative audit in BPK can be seen in terms of mandate, man, machine, methods, and structures. BPK mandates consist of investigative audits, state loss calculation, and expert testimony. Currently, BPK has 108 investigative auditors and 28 digital forensic auditors equipped with digital forensic laboratory, big data analytic, auditing standard, audit manuals, audit programs, and carry out investigative audits. By structure, investigative audit at BPK are coordinated by one Directorate General with the support of 34 investigative audit task force in each representative office. In support of corruption prevention, BPK have identified 4 strategic initiative plans to be implemented from 2021 and to 2023. The implementations of this strategic initiative is split into 2 years period. During 2021 to 2022, BPK plan to implement the investigative audit capacity building and strengthening the non-investigative audit based on fraud risk. In 2022 to 2023, BPK plan to implement the establishment of corruption prevention system at BPK and strengthening the corruption prevention system in audit entities. One of our efforts that have received a lot of public attention is its success in revealing the biggest insurance company scandals in Indonesia history, involving a group of capital market fraudsters, 2 state-owned insurance companies, same modes, same securities, in which we are going to discuss. Ladies and gentlemen, the state-owned company is Jiwasraya and Asabri. Jiwasraya and Asabri case made a mega scandals in Indonesian financial history. State losses resulted from these 2 cases reached out $2.6 billion. Jiwasraya and Asabri are state-owned enterprises which are engaged in insurance and social security, whose shares are 100% owned by the governments of Republic of Indonesia. Jiwasraya engaged in life insurance business for public. Meanwhile, Asabri deals with the insurance and social security business for members of National Army and Police. The story began with a special purpose audit of Asabri in 2013, resulted in the indication of $2.8 million losses due to extending investment in impaired mutual funds. On the other hand, the special purpose audit of Jiwasraya in 2016 found several findings. First is indirect investment in illiquid stock controlled by certain parties, reaching 60% of the total outstanding stock, amounting $400 million. Second, Jiwasraya inability to generate cash flow and meet liquidity, even though the financial statements show net income. And the third, change in unreasonable financial conditions towards the end of year. In 2017, the result of the performance audit conducted by BPK showed that Asabri bought a mutual funds unit in exchange for the buying Asabri impaired stock by investment manager, amounting 66 million. So the stock is impaired, and the management put the impaired stock into a mutual fund. So it is the same investment manager, it's the same stock. They just produce a new mutual stock and put it inside the mutual funds. Yeah, it's about 66 million. In 2018, Jiwasraya was unable to pay customer claims, even though its net profit reached $300 million, and it had financial assets amounting $1.6 billion. They have profit, they have asset where they can buy, they can pay the claim. It's very ridiculous at times. Due to these circumstances, during 2018 and 2019, BPK conducted preliminary investigative audit on Jiwasraya. In 2019, there was a request from the House of Representatives at that times for BPK to carry out an investigative audit on Jiwasraya. In 2020, BPK responded to this request. In the same year, the Attorney General requests BPK to calculate state loss in the alleged corruptions case against Jiwasraya. Meanwhile, in 2020, media also reported that Asabri caused state loss up to $300 million in the following year. The Attorney General also asked BPK to calculate state loss in the alleged corruptions against Asabri. So Jiwasraya and Asabri, two different companies, but the fraudster is the same persons. And the group shares is the same stocks. And the investment manager is the same investment manager. So actually, we combined these two cases into one audit models. In brief, Jiwasraya and Asabri audit revealed three main findings. The first is financial statement fraud related to asset overstatement and corruptions correlated to bribery and illegal gratuities and corruption associated with conflict of interest. In relation to the financial statement fraud, Jiwasraya and Asabri top management conspired with the capital market fraudster to manage and control Jiwasraya and Asabri investment in stock and mutual funds to appear that Jiwasraya and Asabri were making profit. Eventually, the cooperation and arrangement of the stock and mutual fund transaction with the capital market fraudster caused Jiwasraya and Asabri to suffer financial losses and were unable to meet their liquidity. Regarding corruptions related to the bribery and illegal gratuities and also conflict of interest, Jiwasraya top management and investment manager were suspected to receive funds, stocks, and other facilities from the capital market fraudster and securities company. The findings also revealed that both Jiwasraya and Asabri investment replacement was mere formally carried out in an unprofessional manner and do not based on objective data. Fraud scheme involving also conspiration with the capital market fraudster took four forms, including cornering and pump and dump, then mutual funds manipulations, marking the close, and accounting engineering. Cornering and pump and dump stock manipulations dealt with the buying and selling transaction with the capital market nominees. So they are buying with their own parties to increase the stock price. So we call it, we buy from me to I. Yeah. So it's, they buy their own stock. And consequently, Jiwasraya and Asabri suffered loss from the buying stock manipulated price that were highly overvalued. And the second is about mutual funds manipulations. Implied conspirations of Jiwasraya and Asabri, board of directors, with the capital market fraudster and investment manager to control purchase or sale transaction of stock, which were the underlying mutual funds. This started with the unwritten agreement between Jiwasraya and Asabri board of directors and the capital market fraudster upon the conditions that investment of Jiwasraya or Asabri in mutual funds would be controlled by capital market fraudsters. Based on Jiwasraya Asabri board of director approval, the capital market fraudster selected and controlled the investment managers who were willing to provide special product for Jiwasraya or Asabri. Through the facilitation of these investment managers, the capital market fraudster control the investment of Jiwasraya or Asabri in mutual funds. On Jiwasraya or Asabri perspective, the manipulation was intended to make the investment value of Jiwasraya or Asabri in mutual funds seems to always increase. As for the capital market fraudster, they acquired funds for Jiwasraya and from Jiwasraya or Asabri due to the sale of stocks controlled by the capital market fraudster. However, the stocks traded are second liner, which could not meet the liquidity of the Jiwasraya or Asabri. In the end, Jiwasraya and Asabri were not able to fulfill the claim obligations were made by customer. Jiwasraya has about 7 million police holder. Yeah. So it's about 7 million policy holder. So it's very huge. Yeah. And the next is marking the close. Is one of the findings, marking the close. It's included manipulating the bid and offer price of securities at near of the closing trade date with the aim to forming a higher securities price in the opening price to the next trading day. It was carried out by the capital market fraudster who conspired with the Jiwasraya and Asabri board of directors so that at the end of the financial reporting period, Jiwasraya or Asabri recorded the unrealized profit from the increase of stock prices, which has arranged through the marking the close. Because the designated and unrealized profit, Jiwasraya Asabri was not able to utilize this profit, so due to no cash flows. And the last findings is accounting engineering strategy. Comprise changing the accounting classification of stocks in order to not to recognize the losses due to declines in stock price or impairment. It was carried out towards stock were initially recorded at fair value through profit and loss. As this stock were recorded fair value to profit and loss, the decrease or increased stock price recorded as a realized profit or loss. To avoid realized losses due to the decrease of stock price, the management of Jiwasraya and Asabri changed the accounting classification of the stock from the fair value through profit and loss to available for sale. It goes to fair value over the comprehensive income, so directly goes to equity. So this practice, changing accounting classification, is not allowed according to Indonesian Statement of Financial Accounting Standard. To outsmart accounting standard, Jiwasraya and Asabri board of directors were conspiring with capital market fraudster. The capital market fraudster bought and impaired Jiwasraya Asabri stock, which were recorded as fair value through profit and loss and had been significantly decreasing in value. The purchase transaction were carried out in the negotiation market with free of payment. Settlement instructions, meaning that the transaction were not involving money. So they used the nominees to pay higher just to record the profit for the Jiwasraya and Asabri. Actually, the stock market is low and they have their own nominee to pay it higher. The money source came from Jiwasraya themselves. So they put the investment manager money, they give their own shares to get a higher price. So it is a negotiated. So because they have already acquired most of the stocks, so almost all of the stocks owned by the fraudsters. Yeah, so the minority interest who own the stock cannot sell the stock because no one buy. Yeah, so it's very, very sophisticated transaction actually because it's involving almost 260 nominees. And so, yeah, after the purchase transactions made by the capital market fraudsters were settled, Jiwasraya or Asabri bought back the stock from the capital market the same day. Consequently, so Jiwasraya or Asabri recorded transaction as available for sale and record its profit. Yeah. The loss due to the decrease of stock price were recognized as unrealized loss and recorded and on comprehensive income if they are already put it in available for sale classification. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, BPK faced many challenges during this audit of Jiwasraya and Asabri. These challenges involved many stakeholders in the capital market, various forms and types of data being analyzed, long audit scope. Actually, we gathered about 10 years of data. A day is about 5 gigabytes a day. So you times 5 times 30, 365 times 10. So this is the data should be acquired by BPK. Yeah, and the number of transactions is very huge, and it varies in large parties. Despite the challenges, BPK managed to uncover the fraud of Jiwasraya and Asabri using various audit techniques, comprising document analysis, inquiries, digital forensic, big data analytic, and confirmations. Applying big data analytic in uncovering frauds in the Jiwasraya and Asabri was proved to be useful. BPK employed Power BI, we use Power BI, and also IBM i2, and interactive data visualization software focusing on business intelligence, MySQL, which are open source relational database management system, and also others. To assist auditors in analyze the owner, the real beneficial owner of the fund transfer flow and stock price manipulation and buying initiator app and others. BPK utilized various databases using database of stock transaction and also public company profile and financial transactions. So we collect all of the public company profile, and also actually we ask for the minister to give us a profile almost all of the company in Indonesia, So we set on Power BI basis, and we set which one is a group company. So it is a very, very sophisticated process, actually. So the purpose of the beneficial owner was to determine the actual owner of several companies and to identify nominees and the beneficial owners in transactions. As you know that the fraudsters, the market fraudster, own about 600 companies with a nominee, and they use 260 of their companies transaction in the stock market. Yeah. Knowledge of nominees and beneficial owner was useful for identifying manipulations of stocks transaction and identifying price fixing effort. This knowledge was acquired by combining the public company profile database and investor database and visualized using a Power BI. The knowledge acquired from the analytic was clarified using the inquiry models or confirmation method. The purpose of fund flow analysis was to trace money or assets originating from the criminal acts to identify the perpetrators of the crime. This was accomplished by combining investor database, public company profile database, fund database, and database from Indonesia Central Security Depository. These databases were visualized also using Power BI, and resulting insights were clarified using the inquiry and confirmation method. In relation to stock price manipulations and buyer initiator app, the capital market fraudster and Jiwasraya were suspected of collaborating in influencing the market price of some stock. For example, we take one of the stock as an example. The capital market fraudster dominated XYZ stocks, trading about 42.70% of their stock, resulting the increase of these XYZ stocks price by 10%. So they are buying and selling with their own nominees, so the stock price going up about 10%. It cannot be done in the small numbers. It should be done in a large number. Yeah. The result, the beneficial owners analysis indicates that some corporations were nominees of the capital market fraudsters. Distinguished participants and invitees, BPK applied digital forensic using various types of digital evidence containing email, database, WhatsApp, smartphone, professional computer, laptop, flash disk, external hard disk, and so on. Digital forensic aimed to obtain data or fact regarding the conspiracy in the manipulation transaction. The success of digital forensic in revealing fraud involves the analysis of the digitized transaction from purchase to execution, formal document of investment approval, and hidden communication concerning the conspiracy arrangement. One of the communications is they're communicating in online game. So it's so strange that there's some WhatsApp or email, they're asking other fraudsters to open the online game, in the working days. So they have communication inside the online game. So that's the one is very ridiculous, but it's very, very advanced model. It's really hard to track. Yeah. But we use fourth step of digital forensic things. We plan, collecting, analysis, and reporting. In the planning phase, we identified goals and evidence needs, identified the availability of the electronic evidence by understanding the business process. Yeah. And obtain a search warrant done by a general attorney. Yeah. So the general attorney took the peripheral and give to us, and we do forensic. So they take the fraudster handphone, personal computer. They took the fraudster handphone, personal computer, and others, individuals, peripheral. So they give us to BPK to be forensic. The collection phase, when the collection phase accomplished by preparing the administrative and equipment, collecting by the digital evidence, and acquiring the data. During the analysis phase, BPK conducted hashing keyword search, metadata analytics, and so on. Lastly, BPK assessed the evidence and case, prepared the final report. The digital forensic involved computer forensic, mobile forensic, and also email forensics. Ladies and gentlemen, as a part of continuous improvement efforts, the audits of Jiwasraya and Asabri identified area for improvement for government of Indonesia, in this case, Financial Service Authority, and also for BPK, for our organization. Area for improvement for government and the Financial Service Authority includes several things. First is the need for the Financial Services Authority to formulate and establish regulation that prohibit the use of nominee accounts. We found there's a nominee account that is still going. And the second, the urge of the Financial Service Authority to formulate regulations that stipulate restriction on investment manager on the management of mutual funds. Those participations unit are majority owned by a particular investor. So mutual fund should be limited to own a share or a security product. It's owned by single investor. It should be like that. Usually now, I think Financial Service Authority has already submit the regulation for that. The third is the necessity for the House of Representatives to immediately establish an insurance policy guarantee program. When the case happened, the police insurance guarantee program hasn't been hasn't been submitted yet. But currently, the House of Representatives discuss and deliberates the insurance guarantee program. The fourth is the obligation of Financial Service Authority to monitor and encourage the process of the correcting invalid single investor identity data. As for our office, Jiwasraya and Asabri both brought lesson learned that encompasses increasing, first we have to increase the capacity and knowledge, and second, completing and updating our databases, the big data, and increase the utilization of big data analytic, and the third, cooperating with government institutions that own the data to support audit implementation and strengthening the synergy with law enforcement, official, and efforts in eradicate corruption. And fourth, developing the digital forensic laboratory, updating digital forensic and equipment software. That's all lesson learned. Ladies and gentlemen, before I end my presentations, I wish to express my gratitude to all participants and invitees for your presence in this seminar. I also like to extend my deepest appreciations to the organizer who have invited me to be a speaker in front of this wonderful audience and successfully organized this seminar. But in a moment, the embassy give me pantun from Dr. Firdaus, from Professor Ahmad Muhammad Firdaus, but I have to open because it's in Malaysian. So this is pantun. Dari sah alam oleh-oleh dipesan, makan bersama di dalam nampan. Mari laksanakan keuangan yang berkesan, guna memastikan pertumbuhan yang mampan. One more. He gave me two. Minuman perisa buah delima, ikan siakap boleh dimakan. Malaysia, Indonesia bekerja sama guna kecakapan pengurusan keuangan. Terima kasih. Thank you very much. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Please stay on stage, Pak Agus. Please stay on stage. Saya mau balas Pak Agus. Saya balas pantun Boleh? Tanam selasih di tepi halaman, selasih berbunga buat hiasan. Terima kasih kami abadikan lewat sebuah cenderamata kenangan. So with that, I would like to invite our director yang berbahagia, Professor Dr. Jamalah Said, accompanied by our Deputy Director of Postgraduate and International, Prof. Dr. Nurhayati Muhammad, to present a special token of appreciation and certificates for Indonesian delegates to Dr. Agus Joko Pramono. Thank you again, Pak Agus, Prof. Jamalia, Prof. Nurhayati. Ladies and gentlemen, kita nak makan tapi kejap. Okay, please stay at your seat so we can take photos together with our honorable speakers. Okay. Can we please invite Tuan Zamri so that we can take photos together? Kejap ya. Fotografer depan aku on the stage lah. And I also would like to invite all our committee members to be in the room for the photo sessions. Okay, a bit change of plan. Kata kita tengah masak lagi. Kejap ya. So we open for Q&A sessions. If you have any questions to ask to Pak Agus, especially our Indonesian students, maybe you are interested to know more about the case. Anyway, don't be shy. Oh, okay, please.
Hello, good morning. Let me have short introduction. My name is Andy. I'm from Indonesia. I'm currently doing master degree in urban design. So, as we know, I think a month ago, we in Indonesia we have viral news about Dijorka, the hackers. So actually, turned out not a real hackers. Yeah, just buy some fraud information and claim to be a hackers. But that is the good event, I think, for Indonesia. So it make us to realize that we have a bad system, maybe not, I'm not saying bad, but not a good system security to prevent our data. So my question is how BPK, because BPK have a really important data that I see that one day 5 gigabit, yeah, that is very important. So how BPK have a strategy to prevent this data breach or something to the hackers? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Henry there? Andri. Okay, thank you, Andri. So how that BPK is safeguarding the security model in our data, is that? Yeah. We have protocol in accessing data. We have some kind of VPN. And the most important, we have coordination with BSSN. Yeah. Badan Cybersecurity National, and they have their own standard of security. So we are nationally compiled with that all data. So, and the most important thing, we regularly doing some kind of penetration tests. So we invite some hacker to penetrate our test, but it's on our test in our world. So that's our usually is to save or to secure our data. Yeah. Thank you very much, Andri.
Okay, okay, thank you, Pak Agus. Any other questions? No? Okay, so I think we shall have our coffee breaks. Ada? Oh, sorry. Please. Please come forward, Dr. Hadi.
Oh, okay. Oh, dah gerak. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. My name is Dr. Hadi.
Dr. Hadi.
Okay, one question. One interesting thing that you are highlighted that you are tracing the communication from in-game apps or any other apps that have some chattings platform. So how do you start to investigate that? What kind of mechanism that you use to trace that kind of thing?
Okay. Thank you very much. First, that we have warrants to get the communications device. We have the fraudster handphone. We had their personal computer. We had their email, and etc. So after that, we used some kind of forensic software like Nuix, Oxygen, and Celebrite, and many others. And inside that, even though they have already erased the things, it can be revealed, So we have the communications, and one of the communication, the strange thing is they ask the other friends to chat in the game online. Is that the game online? So we're suspicious that the friends is one of the fraudster nominees. So after we have the communication, but their communications, and we asked the general attorney to interview the nominees. And also we interview the nominees. And in certain times, we gather information of the nominees. And it very strange, one of the nominees, they don't know about the company. They don't know about the transaction. They just use the name for the fraudster transactions. You just collect the identity and use the identity to become a nominee. So actually they don't know. But several nominees, they know that they are nominees. Yeah, they know that they are nominees. Yeah, that's how we try to collect the data from the conversations. There's a special method to extract the information inside the device. Yeah, there's some kind of software and some kind of our internal forensic lab. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we have another questions. Committee, please provide the mic.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Dr. Agus, welcome to Malaysia. All right, my name Daniel from National Audit Department. All right, I have one question because from your presentation we can see that the level of digital audit in BPK. So I must say that this is a digital audit. So may I know the level of digital audit in BPK exactly? So is a structured or you have a module in each of the investigation levels to put all together to get the conclusion from your investigation? Because nowadays we talking about digital government and then digital evidence and so on. But again, I believe that from your experience, you have a lot of approach and technique. So I wanted to know how you structured that approach and technique to ensure that all your effort you can conclude in such a good manner until you can prosecute all the fraudsters. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, we have investigative audit manual in our organizations. We just made it about 3 years ago. I think a year before the Jiwasraya happened. And you know, the most important thing, if you try to conduct the investigative audit, especially for the criminal things, for the crimes, for the corruption things, is the profiling. So we try to gather informations about persons, company, transactions, corporations, industry, and the things. So we have a group of persons becomes like a profilers. So this is the most important thing because fraudsters usually have the previous data. They have already done bad things before, but hasn't been revealed yet, usually. That's what I know. So we have 20 or 25 employees as a profiler. But after that, we just conduct the audit process because of planning based on the action and reporting. This is the same models actually for the whole investigation. Usually, we choose the persons carefully because you know that sometimes some person expert in IT, some person expert in procurement, some persons expert in HR. So we provide the auditee and also we provide our auditor. So we managed to have a assignment letter carefully. Yeah. Thank you, Pak Daniel.
Okay, please.
Walaikum salam.
Um, from your experience in your organization.
May you introduce yourself?
My name is Taufik.
Taufik, okay.
FSKM student,
Okay,
UIT.
okay. Good.
So from your experience, have you been able to establish any relationship between the mental state of a criminal and the actual crime?
Yeah.
Because I want to believe that if there's any relationship between the mental state of a criminal and the crime, then maybe there should be a kind of research towards the psychic of the criminal, to actually address the issue. Because I don't want to believe that if somebody that is mentally stable can wake up and engage in crime that will affect the whole nation. So is there any kind of relationship from your experience that you can link a mental state of a criminal to the crime?
Yeah, thank you very much for the questions. Right now, we has not been in that step yet, but I think it's very good issues because we should know the mentality for the criminal. But actually, when it is come to criminal or trial process, we usually give the informations to the law enforcement. It is police or general attorney, and also corruption eradication commissions. We have we collaborate with them. But as our organizations, we don't have that step yet to study the mental of the criminals. And thank you for the information. I think we will try to study the kind of things. Is there any other?
Any other questions? From the oh, okay, please.
Assalamualaikum.
Walaikum salam.
My name is Ibrahim Shuaib Academy. Okay, my question here is, Doctor, you talk about mitigating financial crime, and you mentioned three steps, which include system design, the foresight, and the insight. But taking aside these three factors, do you also look at creating awareness? Because from your discussion, I've not heard of anything like creating awareness of the impact of corruption or the fraud on the people. Like now, there's billions of dollars, like you just mentioned. I know we have a very significant impact on the economic of Indonesia. So is there anything like creating awareness, even though you are from the audit institution, like but going outside the profession of audit, like creating awareness from the teeming youth, the young generation, because they are the future of tomorrow. And if we have to keep creating awareness that this corruption, this fraud that do occur has a very significant impact and is going to affect you, because you are the future leaders of tomorrow and you are the one to keep moving the country forward. But I've not heard anything like creating awareness from your discussion. So I want to know if there's anything like that from your organization. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, from our experience, corruption is not about low income. Yeah, the people who conduct the corruptions is actually a group of higher income people. It's about the mentality. So you cannot control the corruption by system. Because what? Because corrupted actions usually done together by the people who has a power. And system, the main function of the system is the functional division. Who do, who check, who control, and who report is a different functions. So if they are already in one single mindset to corrupt the things, the system cannot control. So corruptions should be working out in deterrent model. So young people will have an example. If you conduct the corrupted actions, you will have this punishment. Yeah, that's my opinion. So in Jiwasraya case, the fraudster have life sentence. Yeah, the director, 20 years. The board of directors, 20 years. At least the other directors, they got 18 years sentence. So it is the highest. Yeah, it's the highest punishment. 18 years, 20 years, and life sentence. Yeah, in my opinion. So if you are a youngster, you should know that this country will punish you hard if you do conduct the corruptions. It should be done, in my opinion. That's for the deterrent. For the preventions, yeah, you should urge people to speak up. You should urge people to tell what they know, and it will influence, it will affect your future life, your children's life, your grandchildren's life, and your society. There's corruptions. So usually huge things happen in corrupted thing. Is there any more question?
Okay, sorry, I'm coming back again. Apart from the sentence, did they also forfeit their property to the government? Because just sentencing without forfeiting the property, I think there are two things. You sentence, but they, after 20 years or 18 years, they come back to continue benefiting from their corruption. Or did the government try to, did they forfeit all their property, whichever they incur during the course of their service to the government? Or it's just the sentencing? I want to know.
Yeah, they also scrutinized their asset, and governments took their assets, so they cannot conduct the corrupted actions anymore. So as of Jiwasraya, the government already took the fraudster asset about 2 billion. 2 billion in this business and their other business. Yeah, they already took the assets, so they cannot conduct the corruption action anymore after 20 years. Yeah? Is that what you mean? Yeah, we try to do force that kind of law. Yeah.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Pak Agus.
Thank you very much,
Thank
everyone.
you to all participants for asking questions. I know that many of you have more questions, but I'm so sorry we are really running out of time. So maybe it's time for our coffee break sessions. Okay, we are about 20 minutes late now. Okay, so I think we shall have our 20 minutes break. Okay, to all the participants here, please be informed that the refreshments actually are available right outside this room. Okay, please be informed that we will resume our next session at 11 a.m. Yeah, thank you. Have a good break. coffee and all the refreshments in the room, no worries. Okay, makan. Okay. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, okay, we are here again to continue our international seminar. But I think before that, I would like to announce our participants from various organizations, Tuan Zamri. We have participants from Indonesian Embassy, Inland Revenue Board, Immigration Department of Malaysia, Royal Malaysian Custom Department, Malaysian Institute of Integrity, National Accounting Department, National Audit Department, Royal Malaysian Police, MACC of course, and also Bursary Department UITM. Yeah, I checked this morning, we have more than 50 participants online, yeah, Tuan Zamri, via our YouTube channel. Okay, so let me introduce our next guest speaker, Tuan Muhammad Zamri Zainul Abidin. He is currently the Director of Anti-Money Laundering Division at Malaysian Anti-Corruption Commission. He is a Certified Integrity Officer, Certified Fraud Examiner, Certified Financial Investigator, Associate Member of Certified Forensic Accountant, Certified Interview and Interrogator using READ technique and PEACE model, that's all right, and PM analysis instructor. Okay, due to his expertise, he has conducted, lead and supervised major operation cases in MACC such as 1MDB, Silverbird Listed Company, Youth and Sports Ministry, Customs Department, Chief Minister of Penang and Sabah Water Department. So, ladies and gentlemen, hari ini topik kita all the juta-juta, bilion-bilion Okay, please welcome Tuan Muhammad Zamri Zainul Abidin to give his speech on the benefit of good intelligence in achieving successful law enforcement outcomes in the fight against corruption. Okay, please welcome Tuan Zamri.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum dan a very good morning. I think Prof Jamaliah tak ada kan? Prof Jamaliah tak ada kan? Okay. Thank you for your ITM to invite me. I think Dr. Agus pun tak ada kan? Okay. There's my colleague here from LHDN, I tengok ada. There's a participant from international. I've been told that my session is about 1 hour. All right. I'll try to have a few points that critical to be shared with the team or with the participant. Just the first one, just to answer the question just now. I think that there's a speaker, I think Taufik or what, asked about what is the mind of the fraudster when involved this what you call insurance fraud. I want to relate this with the fraud triangle. You go back and you look at the fraud triangle. You won't go far. There's three main elements. This is very crucial to everybody in the room. There's three things inside there. Number one, when the fraudster want to commit an offense or any kind of fraud, they will talk about there should be opportunity. When after the opportunity, the second thing, nobody want to do bad. Nobody want to deceive somebody else. So they have to rationalize their action. To make sure that a little bit only, I can recover and pay back later on through income tax. Then the third part, normally it been done under certain pressure. Normally. So when you look at any fraudster, this is the three main component. Just to answer the colleague, that's one. Okay, the number two, I think just now, Tuan Puan, ladies and gentlemen, been shared, right? Because later on the topic is quite lengthy. I can go through the asset recovery, the money laundering, but the time is only 1 hour. It's better that I just explain certain part of it so that you can bring it back. What is the way forward for enforcement? What is happening when the auditor conduct the investigation? Okay. So basically the part just now, the crucial part, where is the deterrent aspect when the Auditor General just now mentioned about the fraud mechanism, the scheme? I just want to ask a question. Where is the critical part of it? I cannot walk, is it? There's no cordless. Okay, never mind. Where is the deterrent part? Is it the 20 years in jail? Because the time and so on, I don't think that I need, it will be very academic. Let us just have a two-way communication. Where is the deterrent part? The guy got 20 years, right, in jail. Not yet talk into consideration, he may have a good lawyer. He may have a good lawyer, how much money worth, but it's based on what the auditor, the chief auditor mentioned just now, he recovered about 70%. 70% of the asset. Is it true? Is it true? Well, just now you presented the case, right? So you see recover 70%. So where is the most deterrent aspect of there's opportunity, then commit fraud, then live in luxury life? So where is the thing, that the most crucial part? Commit crime, sentence individual? Where is, you think, the most deterrent part of the scheme? Wahab boleh ya? Wahab boleh. My team there, where is the deterrent part of it? I got a few team there. Where is it? The part of to take their asset. Most of the enforcement will only go after a fraudster to charge in court. First, there's information. That's what happened, that somebody lodged a report. When lodged a report, the situation now, the investigator have to investigate. That's why need a strong evidence, have to gather the evidence. Then you charge the individual in court. Then go to court process. There's a defense lawyer, criminal lawyer, the prosecution stage. But if you didn't go after the fund, the stolen fund, this guy, this perpetrator, this criminal, they will come back. By the way, it's all about technical case. Witness suddenly cannot remember the case. They build up the case so strong, right? But later on, in court process is another thing. The price to hire a lawyer, how much is it? The best lawyer in Malaysia, 1,500,000. So that's why the process is very critical. For the enforcement around, there's an integrity group here, there's an enforcement team here. The evolution of investigation is very crucial. Number one, yes, all the while we lodge a complaint, we investigate, we charge. But don't forget the asset recovery part of it. The asset recovery is very crucial. That's why the issue of money laundering come to picture. Okay? So that is my introduction, a little bit. Any question? Okay, this one, how to play? It's just some video corporate to promote MACC. I don't know, I don't think, I scared that we don't have time. We start off in 1967 with the police. Previously with the police, cawangan khas. This is a new Act 2009, MACC Act 2009. We also enforce money laundering offense, penal code. The only agency in the world got 5 checking mechanisms is MACC. 5 oversight committee overlook MACC. No other in the world. That means if let's say you have a case, you're not happy, you can complain. There's an independent panel will look into the complaint. Tunjuk video sedang. Ni bagi siapa nak masuk, whoever want to join MACC. There's a polygraph test. Nowadays we use a polygraph to filter individual, the people that are interested. It's our authority card. Our headquarters in Putrajaya. Our interview conducted, we have a video recording. Basically, been done is recorded. Maximum is 20 years. It's an end with a jail sentence. The offense. On top of investigation, the critical part is the prevention side of enforcement. It's not just enforcement, but the consultation team. Because just now the fraud committed. But how to close the loophole? How the fraudster can penetrate the system? That's very crucial. So we have a program called Integrity Unit, whereby we have officers second in the JLC. Some it depends in the what you call those company, maybe our expertise. Another critical part, to start from fresh, people from small, to introduce a prevention or integrity module with the students is a very crucial. Because integrity is about here. It's about here, very difficult to talk. We have our own Mac FM. So this is new candidate. I'll go a quick one. There's some explanation on the financial system. What happened within the system. Just now you listened that the fraud happened, right? How the insurance company, he managed to penetrate. I think he laundered the stolen asset, I mean the money that he collected, into a share market. But it's very crucial how the banking system should work, how the banking system should be able to detect we call it some suspicious transaction. If you get it right, the chief auditor mentioned there's some, they call it abnormal transaction with the share market. That's why the role of Security Commission in Malaysia, the role of Bursa, the role of Bank Negara, how it can penetrate. Those GLC is not something that you just receive the money and give the license or the contract to the people to penetrate. Show something wrong. At the end of the day, it can be corruption, it can be abatement, it can be somebody beat the system, but it's a very crucial to look at all this. I won't go because there's no time, there's a video I'll pass later on. So MACC, this is just a general, I'll go a quick one. It's not just investigation. There's a key part of it is to provide the consultation service. Basically to look at the system and procedure. So not just the investigation. Investigation is the one that fronting. Wear the uniform, arrest, go to the court. But that is basically trail, wear the orange shirt. MACC charge this. But more important, how to close the loophole. Complain and so on. I won't go in detail. There's 4 things that we enforce. Solicit, that means you ask for a bribe. Not check, receive, just ask. It's an offense. Sometimes the student, right? You want to pass your exam. You pass the money to the lecturer. Can. There is where you start to rot. You have to be very careful with this. Because corruption is not straightforward things. You get the benefit now. But later on, there's a price for you to pay. What happened in Malaysia now? Because this is direct YouTube, right? You put it live, right? It's very difficult for me to comment. You have to understand this unique thing called corruption is something that it works in very mysterious way. You benefit now, the impact later. 20 years, 10 years, 15 years. You won't feel, but later you will face the consequence. I don't want to say, but if you can get me, you can see what's happened now. Right? In 2018, what happened in Malaysia. So abuse of power is another thing. But our abuse of power is concentrating with the government servant, GLC, whereby it's a statutory body. But MACC also enforce law with a private sector, different compared to what the chief auditor mentioned just now. In Indonesia, they have the power only with a public servant, public body. That's a difference. For MACC, we go by the agent and principal. Where is the corruption? What's your name? Ibrahim. You is a officer of the land office. Somebody give you present. 100,000 RM. Is it offense already? 100,000 Ibrahim received from somebody. Mr. A give him 100,000. Is it already an offense? He actually, as an officer, work in the land office. Is it an offense already? It's a gift what? Somebody like him. He want him to marry the daughter. Then he give him 100,000, he like him what? So is it an offense? Ask the MACC guy there. There's a few MACC guy. Is it an offense? 100,000 he received from somebody work in Indonesia. Somebody work in Indonesia like him. They meet during same flight, go back to Jamaica, right? The same flight. So you say, I want to give 100,000. Is it an offense? Huh? Huh? Yes, no? Why is it an offense? Huh? Public servant cannot receive gift. Public servant cannot receive things like this. Huh? Anybody want to help? No, I have to ask. If not, you won't ask me question. All right. So, you go and check. I will provide you answer later. But is it an offense? That's why you have to read very careful when you talk about corruption or gratification. Okay? The time you go back to Ibrahim. Okay, there's abuse of power, offering just now. False claim. This is very careful. If you go out there, sometimes you go out to the hotel. You're supposed to stay in the hotel and claim. But sometimes you didn't stay in the hotel. But you claim. It's a technical, it's already an offense. But you pay back what? You claim with we call it there's false information in the claim. Right? You didn't go to the hotel, you didn't stay in the hotel, but you claim. But after that, you got the money. Suddenly your boss knows that you pay back. You pay back the fund. That means you didn't take the fund. Is it still an offense? Is it still an offense? You pay back what? So you have to understand. It's a very technical thing when you talk about investigation. It's very easy to talk about information. Oh, this guy, very rich. This guy, this guy corrupted. But evidence is another thing. After that, there's another difficult part of it. The asset recovery part, the process, laundered, the whole thing. You have to understand the whole thing. I was an engineer. Came back from UK at that time, little bit. 6 years as senior engineer in Penang. I worked with a lot of company, US company and so on. But work in MACC is not easy, like what you said. You can ask the enforcement over there, our police officer there, how tough they have to stand by 24 hours. Now, election time, cannot take leave. It's very tough. All right? Okay, this is first thing I want to share. The rest is just, probably you just listen and see. This is very important. We have national crime risk assessment in Malaysia. How it been done? We have we call it a competent authority in Malaysia. It's a bank negara. It's linked back to the money laundering regime in Malaysia. So you have to understand what are the 5 crimes. The 5 crimes that very critical in order to make Malaysia a better country, to comply with international regulation, and also to address the crime issue. It's a fraud. If you address this is top 5. So that's why wherever things need to be done here, need to be done in Malaysia, you have to comply with it. No, yes, there's people lodge report, police investigate, MAC corruption. But if you're able to solve this, you're able to bring it down. The crime rate in Malaysia. Okay, number 1, actually it's a fraud. Top crime in Malaysia. Number 2, corruption. Number 3 is smuggling. Now we have a custom officer here. Drug trafficking. Organized crime. So this, whatever you want to have a task force, because nowadays cannot have an individual investigate. You have to work in a task force, address the issue, money laundering, asset recovery, whatever beneficial owner, whatever it is, you recover the fund, voluntary surrender, compound issue. So indirectly, this is the crime, is very crucial. It's not just somebody plucked from the air, tell you this is crime. What do you think? No. It's based on the data, study being done, respond by enforcement, by public officer, by the private officer. That's how they come up with these figures. This is the quadrant. Trillion. I think just now we talked about 2 billion is the fraud. It's a trillion issue. When you talk about corruption, it's a lot of money involved. I don't want to go in detail. So MACC approach. That's why the topic that I'm going to share basically is the good intel. Good intelligence, how it contribute. Good intelligence is not just about fighting the crime or get the evidence. Intelligence, like my team, we will expand further. So we will look at the asset. That's why this combination is a way forward, not probably another 20 years, 10 years, because to move from certain regime to another regime is very difficult. It depends who drive to change the structure. But again, the important actually is how you want to go after or solve this crime, eradicate the crime. That's why it's very important to go after the asset. I go this side. Just now, Mr. What is it? Andy. Andy, let's say now I freeze your account. Okay? Your account all, I freeze. You have committed certain thing, I freeze. Your account, your wife account, your director, any other director, can you survive? You want to spend money to pay with your debit card also you cannot spend. But if let's say I didn't freeze your account, now you know I investigating, what you'll do? Huh? You will meet another 20 people. You will meet whoever to make sure your case not be investigated. You will disturb the whole flow. Sometimes you are very influential. But when your money out of the system, you cannot use your fund, then you will feel the pain. That's why when bahagian AML, MECC investigate, a lot of things will come to play. Because it's very crucial to go after the asset. But you normally look at the first part. Because it's conservative way how you fight crime. Yes, it's true what? It depends on which crime. Because like rape, kidnapping, it depends. That one you have to go after the crime. But I'm talking about the financial fraud, white collar fraud, all this. You need to go after the proceed. Then, now, how to make sure these people cooperate? Anybody want to call them, they will straight away confess? Call Ibrahim, come to MECC, give statement. You want to tell the truth? Yes. I cheat everybody. Yeah. I submit false document. Is it? How? Now this situation is very difficult. They come out from MECC, what they do? They lodge report. They've been hit by a MECC officer. So, another case against the MECC officer. Very difficult. That's why MECC come out with a system, the video recording been recorded to avoid all this. That's why along the way, you need to be smart. You need to go about how to go about the system, go after the fund. There's a law provide under the law to go after. In Malaysia, the restraining part of it is 90 days. So whoever been frozen, it can last. For the IO, it's a very powerful section. Nobody have this power. You can ask in Indonesia also. 90 days, the IO only. I discover suspect, I can freeze your account, 90 days. One day you cannot spend and pay debit card. I imagine you want to spend with 90 days. Okay, after that, there's another 1 year, 90 days, 3 months, another 9 months with the DPP order. But we only have 1 year. After that, we have to charge a case or we have to file to the court for the recovery. So this is basically the MECC approach. I won't go in detail. That's why we have intelligence. Because like I said, the intelligence will not just support the investigation, but identify the asset. We already started from there, from the intelligence stage. During the investigation, there's a team. And then the domestic cooperation, we have a custom officer, we have a police officer. That's how we work on it. The international cooperation. Nobody, when you talk about grand corruption, grand fraud, nobody keep the fund in Malaysia. Simple. Easy to detect. Whenever thing happen, easy to restrain. So everybody will put the crime, such as the Felda case, the 1NDB case. 1NDB is the best example. How a Malaysian beat the financial system. How many countries? The Swiss, the Singapore, the US. how they purchase the property, high value property, EMI recording, many things. How the most important that you should think is not just about that fraud, is how he can penetrate the system. We have a system. Every bank is very critical. Can anybody get the loan just like that? They will check who you are. What is your collateral? Who are your guarantor? But how? The money can be laundered, 42 billion, just simply like that. That's why you have to understand how it's been done. Anybody want to ask? This concept called GIMLET. GIMLET is a concept, public-private. That's why the evolution of investigation. That's why this is the model in UK, they call it GIMLET, but in Malaysia we call public-private partnership, whereby we share with the bank. So this is among the things that basically the tools that enforcement like us can use. So we have an intelligence channel, we share with the bank without breach the secrecy for the bank to look at the asset, the account. Because like I said, the crime will currently more critical at the asset side of it. Yes, you can get a people commit theft, anything, but without the recovery, because whoever, remember I shared the fraud triangle, everybody know when they want to commit the offense, they know already. First, they have to rationalize. So means that they already calculate, when I be arrested, can I survive? Because fraudster is a smart people. They know how to beat the system. They know how to go about it. So basically all this already calculated. When you take away the thing that they never calculate, that means to use this fund, there is where the deterrence starts. There is where the plea bargaining starts. If you look at in the US, 99% of the case is plea bargaining. What is plea bargaining? People come forward and confess without go to trial. This is among the evolution. Then in Malaysia, the corporate organization will held liable. This again another evolution. That's why all this is what is happening with the crime, fighting crime situation. I mean the regime that been established now. Okay? This I won't go in detail. This is an international effort. FIU. This just to share. Sometime, what else I want to say? If you go to the bank, you want to deposit cash, right? The bank will ask you a question. Where you get this fund from? To whom you are paying? Be careful. You don't think that the bank want to bother with your personal life. It's not that. The bank is conducting a due diligence process. What happened if you never answer properly? What happened? What happened? Is it the bank required? The bank not allowed the transaction? In Malaysia, they call it post-STR. STR means suspicious transaction report. The bank is doing a checking whether they want to lodge a report against you or not. Be careful. When you bring the cash money or you receive some payment, your account, your monthly payment is 5,000. Every month you receive. The bank know your financial. Suddenly there's some money went into your account and they call you. And then you not bother to answer. Then these people is checking, conducting some checking. So that is where this report will be lodged to Bank Negara. Then from there, the Bank Negara will pass to us. Okay, that is among the tools that you can write for enforcement. I think I'm sure police, custom, you can have a look. For MACC, we have officer station with a Bank Negara. We can assess the situation. This is, we call it the first layer of checking your financial situation. If you in this system, your name in this system means that the first red flag. How it works when you conduct, it's a proactive way. It's not about investigation like you have evidence, you go and trigger, you get the witness, blah, blah, blah. No. Sometimes it's the proactive way, how you want to detect fraud. It's by looking at the red flag. Just now, the issue of insurance fraud. It's not just people investigate. Anybody can investigate. Anybody can investigate. Committed, know the law, people cooperate, give a right statement, charge. But important, how the news can be discovered, how the fraud can be discovered, what offense you want to address, what strategy you want to use. It's a very technical thing, very technical. Don't talk about integrity yet. Don't talk about integrity. So when talk about FIU, this is a Financial Intelligence Unit. Where is FIU? FIU in the Central Bank of Malaysia. Okay. What is a reporting institution? Reporting institution actually people like bank, lawyer, auditor. So this entity is obliged to report when there's some suspicious activity. But in Malaysia, most of the reporting come from the bank. We seldom see lawyer report, maybe the auditor report. That's why the issue right now, this is among the things we have to cultivate. You still okay with me? It's very technical. Okay, let's go to something that's not technical. This is just I check. Any criminal do have this? Any criminal just take money want to give to people? Huh? There's many reasons for a fraud to commit a crime. But obviously, people rationalize the intention. But at the end of the day, want to have a better life, find a shortcut. So that's why you need to obtain as much money as possible. It will start with an opportunity, but later on it become a systematic things. Hi, nobody commit crime, tell people they commit crime. Nobody will tell people, hey, I launder the money lah. Hey, just now I cheat the bank. Huh? Yalah, I am the fraudster behind the insurance scheme. They will hide. How they hide? Use me. They will hide using their close friend. Relative. Can they hide with anybody else? They cannot, because they won't trust these people with money. It's the beauty about all this is your question just now. The mind of the people. That's why the behavior of people, it works in very interesting way. Even though you can plan your crime, but at the end of the day, you won't trust. Because the nature. Can you give somebody, hey, keep my 20 million? Suddenly, there's a accident. Cash 20 million you keep. You got accident? Gone. The money. Suddenly, you want to take back, you don't want to give. Because he know the money is tainted. So, it works in very interesting way. So, but the enforcement have to go after this. The tax authority, they don't care. You can ask pengarah tax Selangor there, my old friend. I know him since 2009. We work together with many kids. Very good officer. By the time, very smart. Still all black hair. Now become white hair. I still black. Wahab, Mr. Wahab. Huh? He teach us a lot. LHDN teaches a lot. MSC learn a lot from LHDN. The net worth, everything. So they go directly with the asset. That's the way forward for financial crime. Spend. That's where, remember I said just now? Spend. That's where when you talk about the bank conduct due diligence, when people been asking, remember the fraud, the insurance fraud? When they manipulate the market, when they spend, they buy property, they buy asset, they buy something at 30,000. Just now the doctor, Agus mentioned, right? Normal share is about 10,000, they are buying at 30,000. All these is suspicious activities. The intention basically to spend. They have to spend. But spend using the nominee. This is normal, the normal transaction. Criminal, proceed, straight away buy. Straightforward. No problem. Now, wife. They laundered with a wife. The wife, child, go for holiday, commit another crime, another scheme. Now it became more complicated. They got advice. bankers' advice, client wealth advice. So that's why you are seeing criminal, wife, mistress. They got mistress already. Got money, got mistress. So got company. So, and then again spend. They have to spend. What is the reason you commit crime, you got money, you cannot spend? You need to drive expensive car, right? You need to have a good car. You need to have a good food. For Muslim, oh cannot. This one cannot. Haram. But you look at, because you have live YouTube, later on they quote me, it's very difficult. Okay? Now, it become even smarter. This is 1 NDB. You can see how difficult. Just now when I talked to the director, I think the chief auditor, he said there's a few perpetrators already run away to Singapore. Now everybody in 1 NDB run away already. Already gone from Malaysia. Number 1, number 2, number 3, whoever the perpetrator in 1 NDB, not in the country anymore. But surviving. Very interesting, surviving. How these people survive. That's why I remember I mentioned just now about the proceed of crime. How you want to go about this. Things like this. Not this. This is a trust. Trust work very sophisticated in nature. When if you follow trust setup, how the director can be changed, you need to look at behind the director. Now in Malaysia, under the SSM, the company commission, they have the provision to declare the BO, beneficial owner, who actually control the company. But they are using long time already. Those perpetrator basically is using certain offshore. It's somewhat been advised. This is same issue, to hide the money. I'll go into all this detail. Where's the... Okay, 1 NDB. Just to share a little bit of 1 NDB, since I think should be... Okay, just... In the case 1 NDB, 2018, MACC and police been given the task to... We already investigate, I think the police also investigate. MACC charged under SRC, recently been convicted, I think the ex-Prime Minister convicted in court of law and under the SRC case. But that is a domestic case, the 42 million. You can imagine if you follow 1 NDB, it's not 1 NDB, actually it's SRC. SRC case, what do you call, the obstacle faced by MACC officer that conduct the investigation, change the Attorney General at that time, change the Chief Commissioner, if you follow the process. That's why crime like corruption, high-level corruption, grand corruption, is very difficult because sometimes it will root from the top. It rot from the top. So a lot of interference. Then for us to conduct the investigation freely will be a problem. In the case of 1 NDB, we managed, there's a 4-stage. Just to explain for people that are not familiar, it's a very sophisticated layering being done. The first phase actually involved, we call it a good start phase, whereby the M-Bank stage. This is a loan received from M-Bank. It's about 1 billion, 4 billion, and then the money been taken out from the country, and then be siphoned up, and then been used to purchase high-value properties. So there's some fund actually from this trail is been deposited to the ex-Prime Minister account. The second phase, this is government side phase. I'll put it's very simple format, but to trace this fund, all this is very, very complex. You need to go from, the money went into Singapore, from Singapore, Switzerland, even to Barbados Island, Netherlands. It's a lot of country involved. Use a promissory note, use, the one thing that very interesting, people know the concept of business email compromise. Do you heard about this? Business email compromise. BC. How they do this BEC? I heard somebody say yes. How they do this BEC? You know? The same company name been used. For example, there's a payment from, let's say, Nigeria, supposed to pay somebody in Jamaica. Use a company called Ibrahim Limited. Sorry, I just easier. Now, Ibrahim Limited been set up in Malaysia. It's the same. Now, somebody in Nigeria not pay the company in Jamaica, but pay to the company in Malaysia. Using the same company, but different location and also different registration name. This is normally how these people do the business email compromise. They know. That's why there's a lot of people involved, fraud. You don't want to talk about this. But the concept, the fraudster here is use a company that established Petro Saudi. People heard Petro Saudi is a big Petro Saudi involving Saudi. Is it Saudi company? But actually it's just a company, got one booth, one, reception there to answer the phone. Just to make sure somebody call can answer. BlackRock, he used the same company. So the bank, if not careful, will be cheated. So there's a many way. No need to talk about the financial instrument being used. It's just a paperless transaction, not a real value. He say that you got value in the promissory note. Later on, just offset. Later on, you have nothing. So this is what happened in this scheme. So the first phase is using a Malaysian M-Bank. The another two, this is where using a government side advice. It's you call it the ABA, BBI, and Tanore. This Tanore phase, that's where the money went into the ex-Prime Minister, 681 million went into the Prime Minister account, but the money went out. After realizing, there's so many, I won't go in detail. The money went out after probably he aware about the transaction and so on. Then you've been laundered throughout in another part of the world. And then the last one actually is called option buyback. The best part for the first, just to put in context, it is very systematic. The first part is done with the Saudi, the group, the royalty involved, the country involved is the Saudi team. Second and third is basically involving UAE. It's international. It's just how the partner with the scheme. It's not just they commit the fraud, but they also become a victim to the scheme. It's partner with UAE, GLC. ABA is an actual company. There's a real company of ABA in UAE, but the perpetrators set up the similar company in offshore. They said the money not go to the real ABA, go to the so-called fake ABA. The famous word they say is a fake ABA. It's very complicated. And then another one after 2014 use a Kuwait. It's using a Kuwait in another country involved. Then there's a China. If you look at the grand corruption like this, it's already beyond your control. It's involving international water, international business people in the international company. You can imagine how you want to trace all this fund. Just now, in Indonesia, they can recover the fund. He said about 2 billion. Because the fund in Malaysia, in Indonesia, you can freeze the money, you can get it back. But now, all this fund is spread out through the world. US, UK, Switzerland, Barbados, Mauritius, Singapore, Luxembourg, France, name it, Kuwait. No need to talk about country that not really cooperate with us. And then you cannot simply ask this country, hey, give me money. Can you give me back the money? Hey, please, Malaysia been cheated. Just now, I think Pak Agus said, is you need to get the court order convicted in your court. Then only you can request those countries to pay, to bring back the fund. how you want to get a confiscation order or order here whereby you don't know the transaction in those countries. You want to get the transaction in the country, they ask you, you need to prove the case. Without this transaction, you cannot file the case in Malaysia. How? You can work in Malaysia because it's under Malaysia, you have all the authority. But you go out from Malaysia, it's all about intelligence, financial intelligence, physical intelligence, networking, business people. You need to use all this channel, all this information for you to file the case. Because it's talking about different jurisdiction for you to go and get the fund back to Malaysia. Because a lot of money, 42 billion in Malaysia, the money being siphoned out. One of the biggest scheme in the world, 42 billion. And then we're still paying the bond. So locally, I think the police have taken action, MACC has taken action, Bank Negara has taken action. So, but again, like I said just now, the most crucial part is a lesson learned. How the scheme can go and penetrate the system. This is where you, for agency like us, like MOF, Bank Negara, how they want to rectify the issue. This is just a list of country involved. We have a called International Task Force. It's very crucial. I've been asked to provide a paper on this, how Malaysia coordinate. Why International Task Force is very crucial. Put an analogy like we have a case like in Malaysia, like custom doing A crime, police B crime, LHDN C crime. So same like this. So you need to share this because the fund move from various countries. Each country, they have a commit an offense, money laundering offense. So you need to work with them. Instead, United States, they go after the fund. Is it being charged? I think Jolo been charged once. Under, I can't remember, I think it's lobbying. He been charged under lobbying with one of the rappers. Not rapists, rappers. Okay. The rest is a settlement. If you look at what I shared with you, US settle. They call it civil settlement. The 1 billion, if you go out, look at the YNDB case, it not really, Jolo not been charged. He settled, some settlement made with government of US, that's why he give the asset, everything worth 1 billion USD. Switzerland, there's a case of another two guys, Tariq Obai and Patrick Mahoney. This guy is a subject case in Switzerland. So again, that's where the issue, when you talk about this big scheme, how you want to discuss. And then it's not just merely discuss about, I'm victim, please help me. No, it's all about legal matter, all about tactical, all about things that they can hold you. It's not just verbally you say it and commit. So that's why this, I just came back from Singapore, meet the CAD there, Commercial Affair Department there, just to discuss. It's already about 3 years since the CAD have frozen some suspect in Singapore. How to bring back this fund? There's a lot of intelligent work, a lot of sharing. That's why just now I share with you the financial intelligence. The best part of FIU regime, just now I mentioned just now the FIU regime. The same regime also been established in most of the country. This regime, the enforcement can use the system. Basically, without the proper MLA, if you go further, they call it a mutual legal assistance. You can ask this information using the intelligence channel to get the FIU information. For example, there's this guy have laundered the fund in Singapore. When I talk to the counterpart in Singapore, I can ask them. There's a network, FIU, they call it Egmont Group, AEGMONT. This group is a association of FIU throughout the world. So basically, they share the same interest. Basically, to avoid, you prepare the MLA document because you don't, like I mentioned just now, you don't have the information. In order to get information in Switzerland, I don't know the account. They want me, if I want to get the account, they want me to show in my request, hey, put the account. You cannot phishing. It's not a phishing expedition. I need to tell them, account 1234, transaction 20 August 2022, there's a 200,000 went in. How am I supposed to get the information? You cannot get banking secrecy. That's why the regime just now I shared, there's one potential solution is to go and work with this. You need to combine the intelligence work plus the investigation work. Open investigation, intelligence. They will give you a backdoor information for you to include it. Some country they quite cooperate, some country no. Again, you have to go around and around. If the asset is in Malaysia, fine. But if the asset is outside Malaysia, it's very tough, right? So we have established this. All this is still been working with my team. We call it the sharing of evidence. Sometimes you don't charge this individual, we charge this individual. You charge this thing. Because you have to understand, the first part is the serious crime. The main thing is the proceed of crime. All this, the movement of fund will be categorized as a illegal proceed. Right? So this is among the, where is it? Jewelries, I think the police have done this, but at the end of the day, of course you will listen, some money have to return back, some jewelries have to return back. Some people said, why have to seize the fund and then after that return to the subject. But again, we are talking about what? We are talking about evidence. Information is one part of it, the evidence. That's why when you talk about evidence, you need to prove all this that derive from the serious crime. It's a very difficult. You can seize, like in hot water, I involved. We have 62 million. Even in the shoebox, also got money. But again, this money you have to show from where it come from. That's why the provision need to be very clear. Aquanimity. A luxury boat, yacht, they call it yacht. How we managed to bring back this yacht from Indonesia? I think during the Tun Mahathir time, there's a collaboration. We talked to, even US want to seize this yacht, already seized, but work with the government at that time, Tan Sri Hamid, also in the task force. We managed to bring back the yacht to Malaysia. This is the 8 charges against Jolo. This done by the police. This is the YNDB case that we charged. SRC case, finally, I think, upheld. The conviction after the High Court, Appeal Court, Federal Court. I think finally he been convicted, now in jail. The wife of the ex-Prime Minister, so currently is called for defense. This is is a lawyer, Dato' Asfarizam. But Dato' Asfarizam case, actually, he been compounded, finally. Dato' Ahmad Maslan, similarly. Again, when you talk about case, you need to look at the strength. Is it you want to get something based on the evidence that you have, or you want to go to the court, fight the years of court proceeding, and then you didn't get anything. So that's why sometimes the enforcement, the people from DPP office, they have to look into this. Sometimes the settlement with them, not to say you take 1 million, you pay 1 million, you get away. No, but then you have to look at the strength of the evidence. It's rather you recovered something, the money will go back to government coffer, used for whatever purpose, rather than you lost the prosecution stage, then you didn't get anything at all. So that's why for the stage 1, for 1 NDB, the strategy for MACC will go by for charging. That's why Dato' Sri Najib, there's a few other perpetrators we charge in court. The second stage, we call it civil forfeiture. Civil forfeiture means we go after the asset been frozen, then we forfeit this asset in court. Because civil forfeiture, the judge make the decision based on balance of probability. If you go and charge this individual, we become beyond reasonable doubt things. So the second stage, we go by this, we call it civil forfeiture. The third stage for 1 NDB, we go by the thing called compound. In the money laundering law, there's a provision to compound. Means that MACC can issue a compound for you to pay. Right? This among another review, the lawyer. We managed to recover son fund, I think from Reza as well. This is a stepson. This is the Tan Sri Irwan, the previous former Treasury Secretary General, and the president, CEO of 1NDB, ex-CEO. Jolo stayed at large. I think Jolo stayed alive, but he been charged in absentia. Basically, technically, we have a warrant arrest. It cannot be charged because it's not in Malaysia. So this is what I said, charging, asset recovery, and also compound. This is the third stage. Of course, if you want to compare with Indonesia just now, they have about 75%. They recovered very, very good. But in the case of Malaysia, currently we have about, I think it's about 22 billion. The fund being siphoned is about 42. For international standards, it's only 30%. When you look at 1NDB involving various countries, complexity, to recover 20, I think the amount now is about 22 billion. It's about 48%. Yes. It's considered a very, very good. The standard previously in Brazil, Petrobras, is about 30%. International standard is about 30%. All this is with the hard work of all enforcement. That's why we managed to recover. So this is what I said involving the settlement. That's why when you talk about case, it's not just about charging. Like in this case, there's a settlement. Sold just now. This is where we got back the civil forfeiture by RMP. Royal Malaysian Police. This is the 1 billion settlement. Government side also agreed to pay us 3.9 billion. There's also work with the bank. That's why it's a new landscape. It's not just charge the individual, go after the bank, go after the auditor. There's so many things. This is a statement from our Chief Commissioner. Okay, just want to show that I don't think I have time, right? So I will show one. This is Operation Hack. I think somebody have see this thing. Operation Hack is a.
Hello, you there?
Hi, Ken. How may I help you?
Okay. Probably we don't have enough time for me to share how the 1NDB. Huh? No. I'm saying about 1NDB. Okay. I have few things. This Operation Hack is where the MACC put a change in our strategy. All the while we charge government enforcement, government officers. In this case, it's immigration officers. What happened with Operation Hack is a MyIM system, whereby there's a syndicate, they can hack into the system and print. Even they can stay in UiTM. It work in a hotel. They move from one hotel to another hotel. They have a system. They just need a Wi-Fi. They can print a sticker. They call it PLKS. The immigrant that come in, they need to have a time period for them to stay in Malaysia, to work in Malaysia. So these people is selling this sticker. technically, it can access more than that. But they only stop at this level. So MACC developed this information. Remember, I shared just now, it's a team-based, it's intelligent work. We developed the case with the immigration intelligence team. So we develop, then we go after the syndicate. Then we get the government officers to pay the compound. There's some disciplinary action. Because if you didn't go after this syndicate, they will again repeat the same thing with another agency. So just to share a little bit this one.
I was wondering if you can take a look at a website I'm trying to get to. It's for a big customer thing I'm working on for Monday, and I can't seem to get to the website from my computer.
Sure, what's the website? I'll see if I can get to it.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate the help. I mean, it could be a stupid thing. I'm really stuck with computers, but so it's www.
This is just a typical hacking thing.
Survey. That's
how these people, the fraudster,
-pro.com.
Sometimes you don't know what you click.
And I'm at this right now.
Well,
You
okay,
thought
that's
it's
weird. I just hit
customer
it, and it
service and so on, but you allowed them to
I don't
go
know what you
into the
did, man, but I
system.
really appreciate the help.
Hey, no problem. That was easy.
There's a cyber security LHDN as
A
well involved.
businessman with a Datuk title was among 5 people charged with 81 counts of money laundering involving a total of 19 million ringgit in relation to a fake visitor's pass for temporary employment or PLKF syndicate.
Foreign worker, yes, sir. Foreign worker. You see, we go after the asset. Some asset we purchase is from the Deputy Chief Commissioner. Director of Intelligence MACC.
Crucial for MACC
this
to
me lah.
address the issue of national interest crime, like in the case of Operation Hack.
My
whereby
office.
In this case, we have adopted what you call a process called a whole government approach to address
government
the issue of
approach is
corruption and
the
financial crimes.
task force.
This operation was carried out in collaboration with Immigration Department, Inland Revenue Department, and also Cyber Security. The target is basically the perpetrator that involved in the creation of temporary work visit pass sticker and sell the sticker to foreign workers. In order to curb the crime, the task force exchanged information, designed the right strategy,
in the hotel.
initiate the financial investigation. In this case, AML division developed so-called a financial intelligence-based investigation, and later we conduct a proper raid, and later on resulted for the case to be prosecuted in court. Based on the collaboration, basically MSTC successfully raided the syndicate, made some arrests, confiscated assets belonging to the syndicate worth about 36.65 million. 12 individuals been arrested and later 5 of them been charged under section 41B, AMLA 2001, which if convicted will be a fine not exceeding of 5 million or imprisonment not exceeding of 5 years or both. The total charge in this case is quite a lot, it's 113. Finally, Operation Hack demonstrates a cumulative 3 elements, which are We design the operation based on financial analysis to address the crime related to this syndicate. Two, we are curbing the leakages for government procurement, and finally addressing the national interest, security at the highest level.
Immigration Department.
This is the
established
intelligent director
cooperation
for immigration.
with MACC to combat syndicate activities. Cooperation between government agencies is very important in conducting this investigation.
This is the why do we discover some cash? Or this is another ops. It's a op B. I won't go in detail. I don't have time. This one involving the where is the there's another operation that this is the obsolete is the involving the immigration. This is where I said just now, be careful on what you explain to the bank. Some senior officers that they just simply didn't respond clearly. The bank will submit the thing called STR. So some information that we conducted, some investigation derived from this STR. And then sometimes you've been entrusted with certain fund, yayasan, blah, blah, blah. Then you make use of the fund for certain reason. It's also an offense under the criminal breach of trust. I just want to, this is the last one. This is our water. Our water still is very, you see, in the out water, when we, that's where when we, this thing in Sabah, water department, I just have a quick, how when you talk about, about integrity, you need to understand how this thing happened. That's why I said, when you cannot be like, you see this, somebody got money, and then they start arrest, habis, finish. But the issue, how the system been abused. In the water case, in 203, I just have a quick explanation, then we can end the thing. The new director of water, director Sabah Water Department, director joined 203. Previously, all these people is using cash base. Go to the office, give him cash. Then one smart guy come, actually his deputy. His deputy come, I don't want. We don't want to pay you cash. So let's do something more systematic. That's why they call all the engineer, Sabah water engineer. They call it Jutra Daerah and district engineer. Kaningau, Tawau, Sandakan, Lahad Datu, they call everybody. So in the discussion, they have a real discussion like this. Talk about the water issue in Sabah. But after that, they talk about the collection. So every single district engineer got their perk, got their pay, got their kickback. Somebody will pay them. How they beat the system? Two ways. They use a proxy company. So first of all, they inflate the claim. How they inflate? They play with a schedule rate. So for you to claim for water work, I think in everywhere, there's a certain rate. For example, the actual, maybe you claim the pipe, the work done, I don't know, the metal pipe, I don't know what else, the repair work. So these people inflate by certain percent, 70%. First, they put the claim in the system, the false claim in the system. That means they get the auditor, the accountant general side to agree with the rate. So the actual cost is 30%.
The 30%, another 30% is for the payment of gratification, the corrupt payment. Another 30% is a payment for the profit of the contractor. Another 5% they have take into consideration, use a proxy company. That's where the proxy will use 5% profit to pay them. Another 5% is fluctuate. So that's how they designed the scheme. It started in 2003 until, I think this operation, when is it? 17, I think. No. 16. You imagine throughout how many years they have collected all this. And then, that's why after the contractor that get the job, is basically they use a proxy company and also relative. To avoid the relative, under Section 23, we can charge individual when they award a project to their relative. So to avoid this, they use a proxy. So this proxy normally is Indonesian, sometimes it's people they cannot find. So then they pay these people 5%. So when we investigate, if we don't know, we didn't do a lot of groundwork earlier, so you call this director, they wouldn't know anything. Someone you cannot trace the director. So that's how they beat. They cut the investigation process. They put an obstacle. They cut the process, our investigation later on. So they use a proxy. And then the other thing, when the contractor got the money, they have to use the actual bank account because the proxy bank account. But the controlling of the bank account actually is their family members. That's why they withdraw cash. When money go in, they leave it 5%. 95% will withdrawn. Then, that's why the whole thing work with the 95%. The kickback being paid to somebody to collect, to gather everything, is very systematic. Then this guy will collect all the fund, and then he will distribute. Tawau, how many. And then they have to pay him back. So that's how this water works. This is all the luxury item where we seize from the director, the previous director of Sabah Water Department. We seize cash, it's about, even in the car trunk, we discover a bag, full of bag, loaded with cash. They don't know where to keep. You can imagine, this is one department. The case still continue. That's why, in this case, we cannot charge them under corruption. Why? You look at I didn't say it's a straightforward thing. This is a case happened from 2003 until 2016, right? If you want to charge a corruption case, you need to be a precise charge. Bawa kamu, when is it, where is it, receiving how much is it? So that's why when we discover this money, this cabinet is in front of where he's praying. There's one place in his office. He didn't allow people to go in. So surrounding white cabinet, in this cabinet. So that's why when we discover the fund, the team had to design a right section. That's why we charge him under money laundering. Because we can't charge him under corruption because we need a specific transaction. We don't have that evidence. Because all these they need to link back. That's why investigation, evidence is very technical. You have to understand that part of it. The case still continue. So the amount, I think there's 112 million, right? There's properties, jewelries, every single item. We have to document it. We have to value it. So it's a very tough thing. Like what happened in the case of YNDB, whereby the police officer have to raid it, take all the bag, the jewelries, have to call people to maintain. The another problem, actually, remember I mentioned the information, the serious offense. The right word for the corruption or fraud, they call in money laundering, they call it serious offense. The right word. Basically, in the money laundering law, it says a serious offense. Serious offense, money laundering offense. After that, forfeiture. Restraining, remember, forfeiture. But after forfeiture, there's another process called the disposition of the asset. That's what MACC is working on it. There's one, the agency called NFCC, National Financial Crime Center. So to manage this asset, we have a lot of house being seized, a lot of being forfeited, a lot of land being forfeited. But what you do with this forfeited item? That's why later on you all want to go back to your country. I tell you the shortcut already. You need to look at this. You beat all the learning process. So because it's very important to have this established so that you can give back to the society. Investigate, crime become the economy right now. To recover the fund, it's become economy. You can get something from crime. People commit crime, you take back the asset. So this asset, you can manage it. You can sell it. Then it become a income. You become an income. So imagine this cars, jewelries, but you need to do it rightly. Have a good system, a good process, a tender process. So you need to do it properly. This is the role of US called US Marshal. So, this one I won't go in detail. This is another big case. So, okay. So with that, I open the floor for in case of any question. Remember, I just want to recap. Most of the people will look at the investigation of a serious offense. Custom look at smuggling, LHDM, tax evasion, police maybe the fraud, MACC corruption. So it works. Maybe for petty corruption, straightforward, smuggler, it works. But what bring down this country? Remember just now, top 5 crime? Fraud, corruption, drug, organized crime. The other one is what? Trafficking. Smuggling, fraud, corruption, organized crime, and drug. So for you to make the change, you need to go after this crime. And then you want to go after this crime, you cannot go per case basis. Yes, it's beyond you. It's your top bosses, but a task force base. You need to look at the trail. You need to look at the intelligent work, financial intelligence, the physical intelligence. Physical intelligence, you need to know who they associate, where they keep the fund, where they operate. Wiretapping, agent provocator, undercover agent. I didn't touch this. There's many more. So at the end of the day, that one will bring you to charge the individual. But again, what is more critical, not just charging, is to go after the proceed. This proceed is the deterrent part of it. Then after the proceed, you go after them, you have to manage the asset. That's why another issue. Okay? So before I conclude, any question? The word that you should bring back, one thing about what the chief auditor is good. But nowadays, I think I shared with the word called auditigator. Because auditor, they audit, they identify where is a loophole, where is a red flag. It may not become evidence. That's why if the auditor also have the mind of investigator, then it will be perfect. He know where actually want to highlight, want to find when he conduct the audit. Auditigator. Auditigator. Okay, any question? Except for Tuan Wahab. Tuan Wahab, no need to ask question. Okay. People want to eat. Okay, never mind. I'm okay. Okay, good. It's a good question. Maybe he understand. Okay, the question is when we settle, right, with certain individual, is it mean we didn't charge him anymore? That's the question, right?
Money.
Okay.
and the person says, I loot 100 billion, so at that particular instance, he gives the money back. So would you still charge the person? Like, would he still face the law,
Yes,
even after
yes,
returning the money?
Yes. Okay. So basically, people have stolen 1 billion. Now, he pay back 1 billion. So can you still charge the person, or you just accept the settlement? Right? You accept the settlement, so you're no longer being charged in court of law. Right? Right? This is the question, right? Yeah. How to answer? It's smart. This is the actual issue. How to answer? I will ask my colleague at the back there to answer. How to answer? I'm going to be called to RTM. They want to interview me. There's a session. They will ask about this thing. How, like what you asked just now. Somebody pay back 1 billion. Okay? Is commensurate with the offense he committed? Okay, my question, my answer is, it's not the same. You commit some offense, you still committed an offense. You cannot buy your freedom. Okay? You have to look at under the law standpoint, under the investigation standpoint. So there is no way the individual can get away when they commit crime. That's number one. Right? He can be charged. It depends on the strategy. He can be trial. He need to forfeit the asset and so on. But it depends on the strategy. It depends on the case. It depends on the offense. Okay, let me just give an example. Because if I explain, people will take it. I steal 1,000, I pay 1,000, I get away. Okay, now, in the case of 1NDB, remember there's a 3-stage. The first stage is what? Nobody listened to what I said. What is the first stage? In the case, we address 1NDB case. The first stage is what? We charge. Again, this quadrant is answering the question. Very scary. Unless, maybe they can, I don't know, but they have been communicating with me, so they understand this side. The first day we charge the individual. That means we charge Datuk Sri Najib. I show you, many people have been charged, right? Okay. Then the second stage, remember I said we go for civil forfeiture. Why we go for civil forfeiture? You cannot charge everybody because you have to look at the strength of the case, the evidence, and then the strategy, the time taken. That's why in this case, the second part of it, we go for the civil recovery. That means we go back and get their asset. Sometimes we go and get it beyond what they committed. For example, they take 1 million, we go and get back 5 million. The third stage, this is where we seize the asset. What happened is, when we conduct investigation, we seize the asset, they have 5 million. We seize, we go and forfeit. In the last stage, they don't have the asset anymore. That means the first one charged, the second one, they still have the asset. The last one, they don't have the money. But we still go after them with the compound. They will pay us 5 million. If not, we charge you. So all three, there's a condition provided under money laundering law. So the AG, the audit, the Attorney General have to decide based on our suggestion. He need to decide what is the best route. You cannot say 1 billion take, pay 1 billion, settle. It's not so simple like that. But there's a room. There's a room for the authority to look at the case. In the 1NDB case, we charge the main perpetrator. That's why we're still looking for Jolo. But the rest, the recipient, because too many. If you look at the recipient of 1NDB in Penang, Yayasan Rakyat, Kelab Kebajikan, nearly 500 people. From the Datuk Sri Najib account, it's about 600 individuals. Can you charge everybody? Now, these people, yes, receive attempted money. Some people take the money, spend for the illness. They got some problem. They don't know where is this source of fund. So they take the money. It's an offense. Yes, it's an offense. But again, the discretion, not to say discretion with MACC, the investigator have to investigate and produce this to the AG side, the AGC, to answer your question, basically the law provide, it's not like take 1 billion, pay 1 billion. The law provide that, but again, when you want to exercise this, you have to be careful. Because remember I said in US, 99% is a plea bargain. Plea bargain, they commit. Yes, they admit. In the case of civil forfeiture and compound, they admitted. In record, they have committed the offense. That means if they are government servant, they need to be dispensed. Still deterrent. Then maybe they need to blacklist from enter into the business. But again, when look at how long is the trial, can you win the trial? And then the case may be already 10 years. The witness may be not strong. Maybe some of the witness already old. So the DPP have to consider this. This is the evolution. You cannot base, if you go and provide charge case, you lost the case, the perpetrator can get away. What happened to the proceed? So that's why the law, the new law, all these, they provide the various avenue, but cannot compensate, cannot become a way out, cannot become something that the perpetrator want to repair. It's a real thing. You need to suffer. You need to face the consequence. The case is very strong. We have a case of water. It's already about 6 years. It's still in court. We have a case of YNDB. It's still in court. Even we charged Datuk Sri Najib for SRC. He still got 2 cases. The ex-deputy prime minister, also we have case in court. He cannot buy the freedom. But there's certain group of people, based on decision, because you have to understand that's how the law works. The AG have a discretion power to exercise the right to charge or to withdraw a case. Charge or not to charge. So this is depend on, what I can explain is the depend on the strength of the case, the situation and so on. But you have to exercise this power carefully. Because sometimes it will backfire because, like I said, the topic of corruption is a very interesting topic to be talked or to be used by political party, by the civil society, to hit the government. Hey, the government, you in Malaysia, they call it kau team. That means you collaborate with the perpetrator. You settle, though there's no good. But sometimes there's a reasonable thing beyond. We still get back the fund. Then this fund will go to, you see, even the US just now, what I said, 1 billion, he recovered the fund. But they still charge Joe Low. When he lobby, there's a one offense, lobbying offense in US court. It's just the settlement. It doesn't mean when you settle, you cannot be judged. Because the settlement normally been designed for specific thing. That's why you need to look at this thing, the whole system. I hope I can answer it clearly, even though a little bit round and round. It's very difficult. If people don't know this, it's very difficult to answer this question. I'm quite surprised you asked me the question.
Thank you so much, Tuan Muhammad Zamri. To the audience, I'm so sorry. We cannot take more questions. Okay, we are really running out of time. Okay, thank you again, Tuan Muhammad Zamri. And please stay on stage, Tuan. Okay, with that, I would like to invite our director yang berbahagia, Professor Dr. Jamalah Said, accompanied by our Deputy Director of Postgraduate and International, Professor Dr. Nurhati Mohamad, to present a special token of appreciation to Tuan Muhammad Zamri.
Give question.
Tuan Zamri kena ke depan sikit. Ke depan sikit. While setting tu nak bagi pantun lah Tuan Zamri, boleh? Pantun dia satu, tunduk menguning serumpun padi, pondok palas di pinggir hutan, Tuhan mencurah selaut budi, tidak terbalas segunung intan. Okay, please accept token of appreciation from Accounting Research Institute.
Ask me about the question just now. He got 100,000. No, I got something.
setuju. Kejap, kita chatting kat tepi-tepi Tuan Zamri.
That's why it's very important. First of all, you have to declare. You declare what you receive. But the most crucial part is you have the official dealing. The key thing, the official dealing. The guy give you the 100,000, is it he got something dealing with your good office? That is very critical. If the guy have something, for example, he applying a land, that's where it become corruption. Because you are acted on your official capacity. You are acted on your company. So you receive the gift. But if let's say somebody you met him, he like you, fly with you, he want to become your son-in-law, he give you 100,000. So you take a step. You declare. You declare to your head. For the government servant, there's a limit. That's why we need to declare.
Kalau
Not
husband
all
bagi
gift
tak perlu
is a-
declare Tuan Zamri?
Ha?
Kalau husband bagi kena declare juga ke?
Husband bagi. Soalan. Husband bagi. No, in the case of all water, the wife in charge. In the case of all water, the wife in charge. I know the question, kita punya MC nak buat lah sedikit, tanya soalan tu. Nak bagi, but the question actually, don't play. The case of water, the wife in charge. If the husband give you, suddenly every day give you the luxury watch, luxury jewelry, everything, you didn't ask. You simply accept. You know your husband's salary is beyond this. It's not afford to get all these things. You didn't conduct or you didn't do certain, they call it reasonable man test. Didn't do certain action, can be charged. Because the husband work as one of the clerk, but he keep on give 500,000, 100,000. He didn't ask a question. He can be charged. Receiving a proceed of crime. Menerima hasil aktiviti haram. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you Tuan Zamri. So be careful ladies and gentlemen. Okay, whenever you receive something even from your spouse, be careful. Okay, thank you again. Tuan Zamri, it seems like 1 hour is not enough. It's already 1 and 30 minutes. Macam Prof Zu je kena minta diskaun ni. Okay. Ada satu lagi. Okay, our next keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Zuraidah Muhammad Sanusi, eminent professor from University Technology Mara. She is the Director of Center for Profiling and Assessment, Institute of Leadership and Development, UiTM, and also Senior Research Fellow at Accounting Research Institute. All right, Prof. Zul, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Professor Dr. Zuraidah Muhammad Sanusi to give her speech on trustworthiness of digital auditing, enhancing the audit quality in the public interest. Over to you, Prof. Zul.
Boleh pasang slide? Boleh. Slide kat mana? Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and very good afternoon. My session towards the last 30 minutes. I think now dah already 25 minutes. Yeah. So I hope I can do the justice for the 25 minutes so that everybody can be on time. Don't worry. We are at ARI hosting the session so that everyone can benefit from the two main speakers that we have sharing the cases, the real practice cases, yeah. And I am honored. Thank you again, Dr. Aida, for this last session in which that it's not a new thing. We have heard the two cases, but I hope we can have a new dimension of perspective from digital auditing. We have many parties at the moment can be benefits lah, yeah, in the sense that we can have a sharing session as well after this. To keep you in a moment to gather my lecture, where is Aimah just now? Yeah, okay. Okay. So I have something to give you. Dia macam tu ada some incentive so that everyone would alert, would be alert of what I'm saying. It's not considered bribe because it's what did he say just now? If it is giving something beyond than your salary, all right. So inshallah, it's not that cheap. It's still expensive. All right. Please keep in mind, just listen to this, and at the end you can give some opinion, and maybe I can give you this. Angkat sikit lah kot so they will become better. So this is from UiTM, yeah, UiTM di hatiku. Okay. All right. So the topic that I would like to share is more on the perspective of digital auditing. We have here the cases that really need to use a lot of technology in order for them to do the investigation, right? It's not possible to do the investigation without a high-tech technology. But what is this digital auditing would means, yeah? And we have auditors here, we have also internal auditor, the accountants, the customs. I think if we can look at this, it's not a new term per se, but this perspective is quite new because digital transformation for the government also occurred about 4 to 5 years ago. So, but then digital auditing is like after that. So not many government agency has fully adopted digital auditing, but here we would like to acknowledge also the audit negara that has put investment, yeah, towards the digital auditing. And we can see the benefit because right now, if you have cases, we investigate the cases, it's like things already happen, but we need to detect and recover, get whatever from the cases. But here we need to have a proactive system, okay? Although we cannot, I mean, if it's the top management collude or there is a collusion on that, but then the operation, the structure, the system must take place and it will be happening to all. I will explain later on, okay? Oh, okay, I need to use this. All right. So covering the 4 main areas. So just sharing a little bit of the digital transformation that occur for the last 5 years for the government, yeah, where, or maybe more, not 5 years, maybe more than 5 years, sorry. Yeah, reliability and quality of data will be very, very important. And we are talking about massive of data that coming from everywhere. And recently, you know, some of the term, for example, I'm highlighted here. I mean, some small thing that already big changes have happened, yeah? When we are having contactless payment. So imagine when the side of the consumer or the public has to adapt with the technology, the change, yeah? It's not like our option anymore as an auditor, as an accountant. It's not an option for you to invest or not to invest because the user already been forced for this, yeah? So how are we going to capture the data when the user is not using the document that is in the manual anymore, yeah? So when this contactless payment would be at the end forcing the rest of the agency to put effort in digitalizing the work that we are doing, all right? So there is a statement that, but the adoption of the digital auditing is quite challenging because of the manpower, because of the capital to invest. So not many has really put this as a comprehensive system. Oh, sorry. Okay. So I would like to share of what that we mean by digital auditing. Yeah. So here digital audit ni dia macam is a new way of doing a job. You have IT audit that assists you to do the job. And this IT audit would be used by the auditor and asking the user to feed the information. But digital audit would comprise that from the beginning, where the user would feed the information from the beginning, and the auditor would have the information with a lot of the data. I give you the 5 elements. These 5 elements, very, very challenging to focus on because it requires the user to make the changes as well. It's not like we can do on our own. All right? So dia macam, it's like chicken and egg lah. So who starts first, yeah? But then at the end of the day, everyone need to do it now lah. It's not an option anymore. First of all, for example, data visualization. We all know data, of course you cannot see data just like that. So what do we mean by data visualization? As much as possible, we want to have the dashboard for us. Last time you're talking about dashboard for the top management to see, to make decision. That is common for everyone to understand what is dashboard. But here imagine, our kids are having dashboard for their how many hours that they have studied, paper that may be high score. So all that being tabled out in front of you and the dashboard. So that is what we want the auditor, the accountants, you have as friendly system to assist you to create the dashboard. So it's not about the system where you buy and you get what you want. It's a system where you must know what that you want. So to work what that you want, alamak kan, that is become, what do I want? I also don't know what I want. So there's no script like that. So everyone need to learn, the capability become very important. All right. So second element, audit intelligence, or digital services strategy, data analytic. This number 4, I think everyone sort of like understand because it's already some time already, data analytics. It's just that need to be friendly with the rest, and the last one is collaboration. So I like that everyone coming here to gather the information of the two speakers just now. But here I'm like sort of like wrapping up in the platform where the collaboration for everyone is, the new term here is the digital auditing, in which this is not just, digital auditing is not just about IT tools only. Yeah. So then become easier to understand. Oh, sorry. All right, so some element that this digital auditing will be very important. The numbers, yeah, this is the statistic that I get, almost 48 million transaction from the Accountant General Department, okay? So this huge amount, yeah, if it is not supported by a good data intelligence, is not being captured well, become some transaction cannot be traceable. Yeah, for example, custom office collected some information and passed the information to the accountant general, but then the information or the transaction can be I mean, not tally with the real products that being imported, for example. So how to trace with the many, for example, you have a lot of computer, and if the computer being imported to Malaysia, so how to charge the tax, for example. So to trace that become very, very difficult if it is not tally with the evidence and so on. So if you have that from the beginning, because you must remember one thing, if I buy product from China, for example, I want to get a high quality one and a cheap one, for example. But I do get the real product that I buy. How come these people can make a fraud to not to declare the product that we order? So what I'm saying, if you can get the right product with what you order, supposedly the system also can capture well of whatever product that arrive and being taxed. Shouldn't be no fraud in between of that. So what system that can capture that lah? So that's what I'm saying here. Yeah. All right. So how to implement the digital auditing from several perspectives? The one that normally we the challenge here is the auditors. Of course, like the auditors, you need to have the more training for IT. Okay. More IT for the center to support the audit tools, of course, the infrastructure. Yeah. For the external, I'm talking about the external is the auditist side. The auditist side, for example, today we have a group accountants here. So you are the auditist that most of the time that can give the information. So this takes two, yeah, takes two. The investment of digital audit from the beginning, the data that coming from earlier. All right. Later I will ask, representative from each table maybe can say something. Yeah. All right. So some of the term If you have a lecturer as a speaker, that's what happened, you know. Okay, we want the student also to talk. All right. So the three elements here that normally we forget. When you talk about IT audit, yes, you have invest in the IT audit. But the one that you need to capture is another two, is the auditing of the digital and also the digital capacity. The last one, the digital capacity, that is the another problem. You might have invested a lot, but the people right now, I am fortunate lah to build together with the rest of the team on the human resource analytic. So to have that, it requires the user, the developer, the contractor, and the internal info, and also the HR department. Every meeting is like 20 people, and expecting the user to know what you want. What you want is like, okay, what do I want? So to progress that really take a lot of time. And this, the user I'm talking about, the auditor, must know what that you want from the auditees. So that is the big challenge, that from now on, everyone need to understand this and to have some backups on this one, yeah, for the digital capacity. All right. So another term that everyone must also understand is on the, last time we also talk about data most of the time, but actually this is a framework from the Deloitte that he's coming out with the trustworthiness artificial intelligence framework. So why this framework is very, very important, I will show you later in our finding. That's the main reason I gave a talk on this topic, because we have done research and we found out that several elements of this is not happening at the moment. We are talking about the data must be trust. How you want to trust data? Yeah? So the trust data, there are elements for it. So that we can understand it should be fair and impartial, robust and reliable, preserving privacy, safe and secure, responsible and accountable, and transparent and explainable. So this term is very common to us, but when it comes to the reality, you think, oh, how the data can be robust? This person cannot give us the data that we want, so it's not robust anymore. So that kind of element might not be occurring. And these are the system to support. Some of you may be familiar with the SAP, but at the end, when the data link to all, this is the last one, yeah, where Power BI, Dr. Agus mentioned just now, would be very, very handy, Tableau, and all this. So this last end, where you want your staff to have that knowledge so that they can visualize. Maybe they don't know exactly how to do it, but at least they tahu what is Power BI, what is Tableau can give you, so that the dashboard, the information can be retrieved as what that we want and relevant to our job. Yeah. All right. So this, I want to show you the auditor's function and the auditor's function. So from this side, the auditor must have the capability. The last end, when the data being fed to you, then you also, this is the one that you use, the auditor used to this. You have the IT audit, CAT, to support your job. But in between of this is the auditor's capability. The accountant side, you must know what is digital auditing as well, so that you culture shock later when the audit negara invested a lot in the system later, they want the information, then that's where next year I think everyone will be very, very busy lah to capture this. So the capability will be very important from the auditor side in between. So all in all, this is the thing that can be done. It's not IT audit per se, it's not just a new tool, but at the end, it will give more information that can assist everyone to perform the job as overall. The value of money to the public side will be protected in that sense lah. Okay, I'm talking as if like I feel so confident. The IT can give the answer of the corruption and the fraud will not occur anymore. Okay, do you think so? No, we can. Yeah, but then without a good system, imagine how that will, how worse it can happen. Okay, of course, when it comes to power, when it comes to collision, it becomes very difficult. But at least from the operation side, from the reporting side, from the decision making that you need to do, everything dah on the dashboard, then become easier, okay? Efficient, faster, all right. Okay, what is this? Okay, this is what is common. I will not touch more on this. This is common because this is what we are doing now. But what is digital audit will give you is actually element of audit intelligence. Yeah, maknanya more information can be captured, more information can be linked. I think the case study that we have heard should be a lesson learned for us to create a better platform for the digital audit. That means you learn from what 1MDB has done. We learn from the cases in Indonesia, how that being the fraud happened. That's the thing where we can comprehend it from the beginning. All right. Next, this is another element that when I talk about data visualization, imagine audit performance. Most of the auditor also have to conduct audit performance. When you have done, of course, we want to see whether they perform well or not. So in order to perform well, all this, if can table out, can be given the data to the public as dashboard means data live. Okay, live data. Live data. That means today you talk about how many percent, tomorrow it changed because of the new data. Not like annual report, you need to wait 1 year to report. Yeah. So last time we see dashboard in the financial statement. Here it's like click of a button, you get that data. So this is the thing I said, it become efficient when you embark on this digital auditing. Digital auditing already started, but it's just whether it's been done comprehensively or not, and what will be the objective, yeah? All right, so this can help not only the auditors, can help also the public to understand what's going on and how that can capture well, all right? Okay. So I'm sharing this very fast. I know that I don't have much time. So some research finding, thank you to the Accountant General for supporting a project with the university. We are one of the recipients. I have another colleague, Dr. Balkish, also get a grant from the Accountant General. Maybe the Audit General Malaysia also we can support us some more grant, yeah, on the digital auditing. All right. So some survey with the rest of the team on the trustworthiness on the 6 element of the data. But what that I want to show you is how this trustworthiness being the implementation. So the survey is to the internal auditor of the Accountant General and also to the government auditors at the Audit General Office. Yeah. So from this survey, we found out that this is very, very important. Yeah. What that I want to show you is that the 6 elements that are important as a trustworthiness data actually only for the fair and not biased. But somehow people not really believe that the data can be like respectful for privacy. They don't use that for responsible and accountable, and also for robust and reliable. Okay, the 3 things here is like maybe Malaysia need to enhance the issue of data. This 3 things is very difficult. But the rest, these people, the auditors believe it can be have a fair. Number 5, safe and secure. And then 6, of course, it can assist us on the transparent and explainable. At least 3 things is moving forward. But another 3 things that need to be enhanced when we have digital auditing, like maybe this is beginning, maybe 2-3 years from now, we can see the improvement on the other 3 elements, all right? Okay, so that is from the research, yeah. So I just make it fast that hopefully that this small research can assist to support the digitalization or audit digital in Malaysia, because some other country already moving forward. Not many country, but at least we are moving. So congratulations to Malaysia. I hope that, yes, congratulations to Malaysia that already started the work and moving forward towards that. So hopefully we can share some more idea with Indonesia partner and the rest of the member. One of the best country that already started is Scotland. So Scotland already have like an integrated for that 5 element. All right. So this is the importance from the study. Inshallah, it should be provide better. This one that I want to share a little bit. Whatever that we are doing, please pay attention on the people as overall, so that sorry. Okay, so you have the strategic leadership, the culture, the skill and complexity to support the people. And at the end, we can focus on these 5 elements. Yeah, these 5 elements, the leaders, I hope that whoever that coming here, you can go back and tell your management the in thing of this on the digital auditing will be very, very beneficial to support for the rest, for the implementation of this, inshallah. We will see a different platform by hook or by crook. There is no option. As you understand, digital transformation happen. Therefore, digital auditing also a must. Yeah. So it's a matter of you can do it, can adapt it fast or not. Otherwise, we'll be at a losing end. Yeah. So that's all from me. I am in ARI partially I also at the Institute of Leadership and Development. You are all, some of you, I have staff here from ILD. Thank you, Aida, for coming. So we wish to have you as well. For those non-UITM, you are invited to Institute of Leadership and Development to have more projects over there. That would be very good to embark together lah. Okay, and at the same time, the face-to-face started already. I have to teach at Puncak Alam. Okay, my faculty of accountancy at Puncak Alam, and the main research here at ARI. Okay, so thank you so much. 1 o'clock my lecture. I'm sorry, take 5 minutes to give away the token. Yeah, for those who can maybe give comment on digital auditing or sharing or question. Okay, ikut meja. First come first serve. Oh, tunggu bangunnya. Okay, anyone? Maybe from the back. From the back. I like people in uniform. Yeah. Give some comment on digital auditing. I know you are not the auditor, but the auditors will need to comprehend together. Oh, we have. Oh, come on, Musa, from Bangladesh. Yeah, this is international seminar. Okay. Yes, Musa.
Assalamualaikum, Prof. Due to digitalization in accountancy, the demand of practical accounting might be declined because it would be very easier for the corporation to do the accounting issues by the digital platform or some softwares. But still in Malaysia, like every university, they have accounting faculty and many students they're producing for the future. But in future, the demand of practical accountancy or might be declined. So what Ghana Malaysia can do for the future generation to face that issues? Yeah, this is the question. Yeah, thank you.
When this is the pro and the con. When you adapt IT, obviously the manpower, yeah, for the manual work will be taken. Therefore, less job, like what Musa has highlighted, yeah. But then, right now, Musa is like Singapore or many other countries now are really pitching a lot of our accounting students from Malaysia. Why? I know the digital work is taken the manual work. Therefore, you might not really have to calculate the debit and credit. But then they need someone to think, and also the new movement of the ESG, environment, social and governance, yeah, to support the SDG has taken another additional big burden, I would say, to the accountant. So now, to do the reporting, funny or not, it's not about just the financial. The ESG reporting is done by the accountants. So that is another new territory lah. So all that, to do that also, back to this lah, digital accounting, digital transformation need to continue. So but I hope, since you are not accounting, you can make a difference of digital auditing and digital accounting. Of course, company easier to have the IT software, accounting software, but that's not enough. That's not digital accounting. This is another landscape, digital auditing, also not the same as IT audit tool. It's like whatever that you are doing, the job must be in the dashboard, can see the data, and it will be intelligence to capture more information. So just like our class, we want to have a lot of information in one-stop center, for example. So that's the thing that everyone need to enhance. All right. Okay, Musa, very good. I know you are internal, but well, I already promised by table. Yeah, I can give the reward. Yeah.
Okay, Professor.
Anyone at the back first? Oh, I know the front one, like from the beginning, would raise hand. Yeah. I will come back to you. One more from the back. I can see. Wait. I like to see ladies to raise question as well. Introduce yourself first.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. My name is Suciati. I'm from Indonesia. I'm in TESOL master student.
Okay.
And I come from, under Indonesian Student Association in UITM Shah Alam. So, yeah, as we already heard that we talk about the the financial crimes, and it still happen as well as in Indonesia. So, and this, criminal and also financial crimes usually come from high-ranking officials based on the facts. So, and they were caught several years. Yeah, several years, even after 10 years, so on. After they commit the crimes or their activities that involves so many areas, collaborators, even countries. So this is a quite general and direct question because we are, especially me myself, it's a very novel knowledge, in terms of auditing and also financial crimes. So how can these activities, the corruption, the digital crimes, can be prevented and can be detected earlier? And also what can be strengthened or improved to against these activities, especially the corruptions. Maybe
again, your name is
Suciati.
Suci
in short.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you for making the question. I think the question coming from a noble person from language, right? Obviously, you want the right answer straight away. How to solve this problem? $1 billion of the losses, and like 50% still cannot recover. Of course, she wants the answer, and you are so fortunate, surrounded with the people next to you here. So most here are coming here because of two things, I think. One is to learn and more, to get to know more of what would be the best practice to mitigate all the fraud. That's what we need, because the player would change. Can people born every year like millions of dollars, million of people. So then you need, first, of course, you need to find the governance, the mitigation, that what everyone is doing. Even though you are saying like, how come so many people, so many agencies working towards that, yet fraud occur? Of course, fraud, very difficult to, because the player will be there. Yeah. And the second thing, I think we need to educate. Yeah, the awareness, the education will be very, very crucial. Yeah, from the beginning. I agree with what Dr. Agus saying just now. From the beginning, you can see from other side, yeah, how if the charge happen. I've seen recently at ILD we call from the prison or department. They came to ILD and show how people in prison would live. Yeah, that is something that beyond our thinking. Yes, the luxury that we have, even though you might think you are not luxury, that's something that you need to really cherish what that you have. So do not get involved with this kind of crime. And the one of the initiative, I would say, if you can digest a little bit, money laundering is a big revamp in order to charge this criminal faster as compared to the normal act. So if you say that how to mitigate, money laundering act is one of the big things lah, because it's sort of like guilty first, then you need to prove innocent after that. All your asset has been confiscated as if like you are guilty, but later you need to prove whether you are innocent or not. It's not like other charges. The enforcement agency need to find the charges, the evidence and so on, then they can charge. Yeah. So that is one of the big landmark lah in the financial crime. All right. And other than that, of course, the technology that need to beat the system. All right. Yes. Please, I don't know whether I have the size. You look so small, so tak tahu lah t-shirt yang ada tu size yang sesuai dengan you. Okay.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. My name is Ibrahim Shuaib Academy.
What was your name?
Ibrahim.
Just like what? No, I'm kidding. Actually, I just repeating the name. Okay, Ibrahim.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Prof, we are talking about the digital auditing and reporting, but there's an issue here, and which I don't know how we are going to inculcate into the digital auditing. And that's when we talk about the EGS, environmental, governance, and sustainability. How can we assess these factors using the digital auditing? Because these are factors that are not numerical in nature, and they are like more of physical. So using the digital auditing, is there a way we can assess these factors in financial reporting, which these are some issues which are not yet being reported by most of the company. Apart from the sustainability, we are talking about the environmental as well as the governance. So my question here is, from the digital auditing, how can we assess these items?
The items of the digital transformation?
environmental, how can we measure environmental digitally?
That from the digital auditing, how that can assist the
environmental, the governance as well as the sustainability.
All right, understand. Okay. Okay, there are two things in audit. One is called audit performance. One is the financial reporting audit. You will be amazed. The accountants, the auditors here, not only just recording the debit and credit, but they are seeing whether the performance of the organization is meeting to the KPI or the goal that they want to achieve, right? Yeah. So now is this a requirement for the organization to comply with the ESG? Before they get loan, they need to comply. So from there, the main thing right now, if you ask the question, the accountant, like I said just now, they are expecting to assist the organization to make the report of ESG. That is one. But then the calculation for the ROI return on investment, that is the formula for the accountant. The calculation for the return on investment would be done by whom? Of course, by the accountant, and the auditor need to verify because they are getting billion of loans or million of loans from the bank, right? So that is, if you ask me how that the support, one is the reporting, one even together in materializing the project of the ESG that everyone is doing it, that cannot get away lah. Whatever the activity cannot get away from the accountant, cannot get away from the auditor. All right. So we are supporting the ESG, obviously. All right. Okay? And the demand for the job, for the system, they need to act soon. Soon, the act will be coming up by the accounting what is it? Organization, the standard on the ESG. In other words, the accountant all must understand what ESG and they need to assist the company in real to prepare it, not just the debit and credit. So it's like, you know, I don't know, we lecturers will be a burden. I mean, you need to teach the common one, add some more syllabus on the ESG. It is the reality now. Okay? People hired for the ESG. All right. So I guess that's all because that's all my my token of the incentive. Ya, Emma, betul? Ada 3 je tadi. Ada 2 lagi? Wah, ada 2 lagi. Ada 2 lagi. I think kita, ada lagi nak. I think we are running out of time. But you can raise your hand and cop dulu lah. Nanti we can have a discussion. Ada. Okay, we have one. You are from Indonesia. I think I macam terkilan lah kalau meja ni dia macam dekat di hati I. This meja sebab ada reason meja ni. Dia from UiTM that I convinced from Jamalia please allow to have them more people to come here. So this meja ada nak tanya soalan. Ada ni my student ni sebenarnya ni. Ada nak tanya soalan? Tak apa. Aiman letak je kat situ nanti. Dia ada tanggungjawab dia lah. Satu tu. Satu lagi letak sini. Satu bagi. Oh, tinggal satu ke ada lagi 2? Tinggal satu je.
Is that okay? There's no for me. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hi, hello doctor. It's nice to be in this chance. I'm Anita, one of Indonesian students. Dealing with the issue these days in Indonesia, especially our presidents already alert about the issue of recession in implancy. I don't know if that alert in Malaysia. As the material given already about digital auditory, my question is, what can be forecast about those kind of issue, I mean recessions and inflations, that can be forecast or can be a strategy by the auditory, digital auditory.
You are asking what would be the thing can be done?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I think.
Thank you.
When we talk about digital transformation, there is another thing that everyone need to understand. Therefore, whatever level that you are at the moment, whatever job that you're doing at the moment, when you go back, please take a look of the digital capacity building. That means for your staff, you, of course, everyone here, you have subordinates, you have other department as well, or you can talk to your boss. So take a look of that digital capacity building. That means the capability of the staff towards comprehend, towards using the digital platform. Digital platform is not just the IT tools, not the accounting software. It's about, other than that, that may be from the dashboard, from the data information to retrieve, or the collaboration with the rest of other departments. So everyone for 2023, right now is a good time lah for you to take the initiative, kan? Then nampak macam wah very good to your boss lah kan. One initiative coming from you on the digitalization as well as on the ESG. So that will be very good for the next year punya initiative kan. So this is a good timing. So something to be taken lah from Ari Wale, ada something that I got from Ari macam tu kan. Yeah. Alright, so thank you for the question. Hopefully that we meet again in Ari seminar. Tak tahulah Dr. Yati agaknya nak buat bila lagi. So thank you for inviting me. I hope that we have balance from the practitioner and as well from me as well. Alright, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Prof. Zu, please stay on stage, Prof. Zu. Okay, I would like to invite our Deputy Director of Postgraduate and International, Professor Dr. Nurhaiti Mohamad, accompanied by our Deputy Director of Research, Professor Madya Dr. Sharifah Nurzihan, to present a special token of appreciation to Prof. Zuraida. Pantun Prof. Zu. Last lah kan, nanti unfair pula kan. Kuning emas masaknya padi, mawar merah dalam jambangan. Terima kasih daun keladi, budi Prof Zu jadi kenangan. Sambung? Satu je. Thank you again, Professor Zuraida, Professor Nurhayati, and Associate Professor Dr. Sharifah Nurzihan. Now, I would like to invite yang berbahagia Professor Dr. Nurhayati Mohamad, Deputy Director, Postgraduate and International Accounting Research Institute, to deliver her closing speech.
Thank you, Dr. Farah Aida. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. We have our director, Professor Dr. Jamalia Said, who is still outside entertaining our guests. And to our honorable keynote speaker this morning, Dr. Agus Joko Pramono, the Vice Chairman of Audit Board of the Republic of Indonesia. Our guest speakers, Tuan Muhammad Zamri Zainul Abidin, I think he's outside with our director, and Professor Dr. Zuraida Muhammad Sanusi, the Director of Center for Profiling and Assessment, Institute of Leadership and Development, University Technology Mara. Honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Selamat sejahtera and good afternoon. Alhamdulillah, with Allah's blessings, we have successfully conducted our international seminar on audit, investigation and governance with a special theme of mitigating financial crime in the digital era. So we have heard from our keynote and guest speakers, and I must say that the topics covered are very timely and relevant to all of us. We all want to see our countries, both Malaysia, Indonesia, and other countries, prosper economically, and that we can protect their citizens from threats that materialize specifically due to the advancement of technology. So financial criminology is a knowledge corpus championed by ARI. So through these seminars, we hope that we can share our latest research findings with our policymakers, industry players, international partners, and the society at large. Today, we are very honored to host this intellectual discourse, bringing together the participants in the quadruple helix, the academics, the industry, the government, and society. So the seminar today has indeed contributed towards achieving UITM's aspiration to be a globally renowned university, or GRU, by 2025. One of the critical values are outlined in UITM GRU 2025 is synergy. So the trust that the Audit Board of the Republic of Indonesia that has given us to host this event is indeed a synergistic collaboration where all parties involved will gain exceptional benefits and enhance our international standing. We hope this seminar will open future synergistic collaborations among the parties involved. So these collaborations include joint research, matching grants, joint publications, staff and student mobility, and postgraduate studies. As Prof. Jamalia said this morning, ARI is the only higher institution center of excellence in UITM and offers a rigorous and robust postgraduate education. We pride ourselves in being able to provide an educational experience that is valuable to students. In the Malaysia Education Blueprint 2015-2025 for higher education, the shift number 8, global prominence, lays the objective to develop Malaysia as an international education hub with a difference, one that is valued by students for its competitive advantage in providing value for money, higher education, and that balances quality and affordability with the added value of rich cultural experiences. One of the main strategies pursued under this shift is improving international students' end-to-end experience from when they apply to completing their studies. So at UiTM, a comprehensive process and support system is put in place to enhance the postgraduate international student experience under the Office of Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic and International, supported explicitly by the Office of the Assistant Vice Chancellor, Internationalization or UiTM Global, and the Institute of Postgraduate Studies. Okay. So all these offices address the students' immigration, housing, financial assistance, and academic program needs. So as the Deputy Director for Academic and International at RE, my role in enhancing the student experience is focused on managing and developing academic programs to enhance the quality of education and supervision provided at RE. So RE offers a full research academic program. Hence, the students must be independent and be able to chart their postgraduate education journey. At RE, all the fellows are expected to help all students, regardless of whether they are the supervisees. So we, RE, follow the adage, it takes the whole village to raise a child, very seriously. Yeah? So to help the student follow through with their research, RE arranges end of semester progress report presentation. RE also offers a PhD GOT module program to its international students, and all this allow a hands-on method of mentoring, supervising, and monitoring students. In addition, RE arranged many training programs for all its students. It also provides many facilities, such as postgraduate study room, resource center, forensic lab, to name a few. So to ensure that RE students have a holistic experience, RE also arranged activities to encourage family-like feelings among students, supervisors, and administrative staff. So overall, alhamdulillah, we did a survey and the students show or gave feedback that they were very satisfied and thankful for being able to have that intensive assistance from the professors and supervisors at RE. So hence, we will do our best to continue providing our students with the best study experience, inshallah. So furthermore, we hope that moving forward, we can further synergistically collaborate with the Audit Board of the Republic of Indonesia, MACC. We have other guests, the Inland Revenue Board Malaysia, the Malaysian Royal Police, the Immigration Department, Customs, the Institute Integrity Malaysia, and from internally, our Bursa and also internal audit of UiTM, inshallah. So we hope that among other things, we hope to have more students coming from these organizations to join the RE family. So honorable speakers and guests, ladies and gentlemen, good things must come to an end. We have reached the end of our international seminar. Hence, I would like to again take this opportunity to thank our keynote speaker this morning, Dr. Agus Joko Pramono, Vice Chairman of Audit Board of the Republic of Indonesia, our guest speakers, Tuan Muhammad Zamri Zainul Abidin, the Director of Anti-Money Laundering Division of the Malaysian Anti-Corruption Commission, and Professor Dr. Zuraida Muhammad Sanusi, the Director of Center for Profiling and Assessment, Institute of Leadership and Development, University Technology, Mara. I would like to also thank all the committee members who were involved in organizing this seminar. I would like to thank all honored guests, participants for for being able to join us at this seminar today. So let me end my closing speech, Dr. Farah, with a pantun. Madah diungkap, santun bitara. Pantun dilantun mengusik hati. Salah dan silap tutur bicara. Pohon diampun seikhlas hati. Yeah. I hope maybe not all of you have understood that, but with that, honorable speakers, guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Dr. Nurhayati, for the closing remarks. And that marks the end of our international seminar in audit investigation and governance. Once again, on behalf of the Committee and Accounting Research Institute, I would like to thank everyone for gracing our ceremony today, either physically or virtually. Again, I would like to request for your assistance in completing the registration and evaluation forms if you still haven't. We would love to hear any feedback or suggestions that you may have for us. For the participants here at ARI, please be informed that lunch is available right outside this room. Okay, last pantun eh. Gunung pantai tinggi mengawan, nampak dari padang temu. Sampai di sini tuan dan puan, ada hayat kita bertemu. Sekian wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.